that one pop out to chat.
My mic isn't gained in, so let me fix that. There we go. An important step that I forgot. As I've added a few other steps, of course, as well, with trying to get my face all up on this. It's clearing that out a little bit because that sounded very raspy. Yeah, and for today, I am going to basically do a build showcase live, which should be interesting. A little bit of a showing behind the scenes almost. Just checking that everything level wise and such looks okay. Does seem like it does. And basically, I'm gonna fill out the calculation sheet for the Redify, as today I was hoping to have that done by now already. Turns out that life got in the way a little bit, but all of the stuff I got done today means that I'm basically done till Monday on all the things that need to get done. So I have plenty of time to hang out over here tomorrow and Sunday. But seeing as I wanted to get this Redify out before this weekend, really, to keep going on the algorithm, as I quite noticed that my absence has very much slowed down the growth a little bit, expectedly as well. And also, I would not choose to do it any other way. I would have burned myself out very hard if I tried to go at a pace while with all the issues and stuff. So I'm fine without it. Starting out, I'm just actually going to see if this character needs that active shield. Because I think this is the only character I didn't check it on, and that would mean they likely do actually there, looks like. There's 2 active regens, so depends on which slot it's for. I'll just take it and try to mod it. So an upgrade. And yeah, these are some of the stat ones that are so low on some of my characters, and I just need to be better about saving even half decent ones. Although also they don't matter. I don't care about Deflector mod. So yeah, I'm gonna start out by working a little bit on the calculation sheet for the Redify. Because yeah, that's not filled in yet. And yeah, I'll do all of that live. It might be interesting. I already know that there are a few people that really enjoy mostly hanging out when there's calculations and stuff going on, showing how I get to the points that I do get to. So I made this, just making sure that it kind of looks okay on OBS. And yeah, so this I actually showed yesterday. This is my starting point usually for builds, for calculation sheets, which is just these filled in and then the second empty one, and then I just alter them to if I need more, if I need less. And in this case, I am going to compare the build damage-wise first to the ones up there. What I'm going to do is first off actually make this the safeguard variant. One thing I kind of wanted to do, but I'm going to leave by the wayside, and it's a minor thing, but it's okay. I'll discuss it basically when we reach the build layout part. Is that I'm going to, it is of course saved like this on the build picture of it, which I actually could check that I'm not exposing anything when I go here. Because yeah, I will need 3 point something. It's going to be 3 point 10 and likely 5, 10 as well then. Yeah. So this is the one that is on my other account, and this is what I'll end the showcase on basically. And this other one is actually I'll start and end it basically with that, so that I show especially the coyote vigilance variant. But then on the gameplay, once we reach the gameplay side of things, I will actually first show the safeguard one with BTSU glove, because yeah, that's basically the other variant. But I want to end on the damage one, but I'll also show the damage one as the main one. So likely at some point as well, I need to swap accounts. Just looking at all of the stats, I'm going to put OBS, minimize OBS. That shouldn't alter anything, I feel. Gonna put these build pictures ready over there. So first things I'm gonna do is actually take this safeguard variant with the BTSU, because I'm only going to run it as the BTSU variant. Gonna do basically 3 here, and the annoying thing is that they are using different weapons, but what I can do is, yeah, we'll swap accounts after this and take the stats from the other one, because I want to make sure they match basically. Because yeah, this one's I'll do this one with a FAMAS to have a matching weapon, and with the other one we'll go with a GR9. So it's going to be the same same base, and I'm taking I'm first going to copy this line over, because for some reason it seems yeah, I was watching Dark Viper's hello, my sir, good sir. I'm going to copy this over. So I was looking up who he was talking about, as I have that video of his ready to watch after this. That's what that search term was. Because yeah, the graphicing of it seemed incorrect. Let's see if that's fixed itself. Yep. Because yeah, it should be looking like that. But of course, this is just same as that. I'm gonna have this build twice, once with safeguard, once with vigilance, and then another one with the vigilance and the coyote. And these, of course, will be gonna start with a light shade of green. That is maybe a little bit too light of a shade of green. Let's go with that one. Darker shade of green, and then likely a blue or something. So I'll do this one as dark shade of green. I'll make all of these white text. So that's slightly easier to read. And this shading could be less, or a distinctiveness between the two could be less. That's gonna coincide up here. So that was this one and this one. And then align with like this teal kind of thing. There we go. And that one is going to be with a different weapon, so I'm going to leave it. It's going to have a different base. But what I can do already is, if I hop over into the game, I'm gonna myself by the stash, so if I can grab something, if I need to grab something, I can quickly do it. So we are without, this is the BTSU variant. So I'm gonna take the stats of this one first, and usually what I also do is, so the mods on this one aren't capped out usually. So we're missing 0.6 in total. So that adds up there. So it's 117 once it's maxed out. And I usually take the maxed out numbers. Just briefly gonna check over here if everything's not on fire yet. I should give 1 moment. So I can tab over here. And yeah, that all looks fine. And we can go back. So gonna leave out headshot as I usually do. Gonna take 85 plus 30. Just do. I mean, I know it's 115, but you just need to do it wrong once, and then that method gets ingrained into you, which it is for me. We have 0 total weapon damage and 0 amps, really. The question becomes also if I want to do it with DTH or DTA. I'm going to keep DTH going here, but then with the actually doesn't matter because that the LMG isn't going to flip it, but it's going to skew the results in in the favor of the ARs by quite a lot. But I'll just explain that when I reach that point. So that one's going to be just 10 from the weapon. I'll already actually, so I'll already put in 0 here because yeah, I know what's coming. For some reason, the formatting on some of these is broken. I actually need to fix that in the main file, I feel. So I'm just going to make sure that that all already works because yeah, it's slightly broken down there as well in some of them. I did do a little bit of things to this this one. Okay, I'm gonna minimize OBS again. I don't accidentally click on it as I just did. This blue. And yeah, so 0, 12, because it's gonna have that LMG. I want all of this to be white text. And I'll already prepared this to match. And I want all of this to be white text as well. So and I'll already alter these now that I actually remember to do so. As it, those will be, of course, different and tied to that weapon. So actually, so we have 25 total weapon damage, of course, from the chest. That's one of the things that all 3 will have. And then yeah, the weapon damage, crit damage, crit chance will flip around. And yeah, so as expected, because yeah, this is around what my calculations usually end up with the BTSU one. I know it's around half of a glass. The glass is half full. Although actually this one doesn't have it because this one is... I want actually these to be here. I just now realized. Yeah, this is always the the juggling of it. So this one is a safeguard. Feeling I want to add a 4th one even. And I likely will. Because yeah, we have also the ability to go BTSU and then Vigilance Backpack, so without the safeguard. Yes, I will. So that alters all of this a little bit. But what I can do is actually just make this dark green even darker. We still had 1 shade left. So there's an oddity happening here, and I'm not sure why. And likely I need to just clean up the main file of this at some point to yeah, avoid stuff like that happening. Check what color these are. So that's that. Because yeah, this one's going to move that one. So for now, that's going to be that level of green, and then this will be this teal. And same here. So this one already can be the same base. So I'll link this one to this one as well, and this one to that one. So if I want to change anything, I can do so more easily. Gonna link up all these numbers together. So it's easier to change stuff if I need to. So this one stays with that, this one stays with that, this one can be separate, and then yeah, all of this will be separate anyway as well. And it's at this point that it'll become a different weapon. Okay. Because yeah, so we have the variant as we have it there with safeguard, the variants swapping the backpack to an vigilance backpack. Because yeah, just making sure that actually those two bags have the same stat values. They do, just a different mod in the backpack. Just gonna check how much higher 0.1. But yeah, so I'm taking max stats anyway, so that'll just be that. And I'm gonna swap out to the vigilance groupo. As I feel that's the next step. That's 59. And likely 144. Just gonna make sure here. Because that's 0.5. Yeah, because the other one was also. So this is going to be 144. This is without a coyote, of course. And it's going to be actually, yeah, is this one plus 15. Just one core extra, which is 130, which is what, yeah, it's, 6 quirks. 6 red quirks comes out as long as you, of course, don't have a Fenris. This stays at 25, no amps, and then actually no. So these vigil. Oh, actually, this is of course this is 25. This is 50. We're getting there. So actually, I'll do is this one plus 25, because if I change anything, then I can easily alter everything, and then this one is the same as that. Okay, yeah, because yeah, the BTSC one, yeah. So, because yeah, we're receiving 25 from our chest talent, of course, and then on top of that, the vigilance. Because yeah, we are receiving our own group buff as well in this case. So, just to check that the stream is still going fine, I'm just gonna check over here, make sure everything's working, and go back and go back here as well. So that's all this build basically. And yeah, this is the reason why Redify's kind of work, is that you're not giving up that much damage. You're close to an unbreakable vigilance, and then what you're providing to everybody else is more than you're giving up. But of course, that's reliant on, there is a condition. It's not unconditional group buff. None of the group buffs are completely unconditional. Some are a little bit easier to put to others because something like Overwatch, you can kind of guarantee that it's up. Just gonna name these or start to name them. So this is FI. I'll name them by their names here. So it's 310 and 510. 310. Safe or safe plus BTSU. Okay, so this one's FI 310, 310. VG BTSU. BTSU. And finally we have FI 310 still. 310. VG group, huh? So used to being able to glance down, but the mic's in the way when I'm. So I'm curious to see how awkward that looks because I can't see myself at the moment. And I'll already name this one FI 510, and this is going to be PG plus Coyote, Koi. And I'm gonna take Koi 10 to 15 or 15 to 25, just as the number there. It cuts it off a little bit, but or actually I can do like that, and it's fairly visible. Or I can just make this C. Yeah, I'll do it like that. Because yeah, that'll be likely the range I'll be mostly in anyway, and I mostly care about that those numbers. But yeah, usually you need to do several of them to calculate it all out. That's why usually I avoid coyotes in calculations. Because yeah, you basically need to calculate that 3 times. They're not quite different or anything, but so we have this one in. Just going to check that I have all these stats correct. Also going to check just briefly what I can take these stats over later on. Because yeah, I'm going to compare them with True Patriot and Ongoing Directive as well. So what I'll actually do now, because I don't have another spreadsheet I can copy that. I never did a calculation sheet on the True Patriot one either. So actually she has Ongoing Directive. I can grab her right here. But of course, there are quite wildly different setups that I have here. But it'll be fine. Just to yeah, show a little bit how much we're adding in or how much damage they are doing. Although actually, I'm considering just leaving this out because it'll. In my head, I'm already going over how I'm going to put that in the video, and this happens quite often. Is just I think this would be just too wordy and too many numbers thrown around, because really what I want to convey is just basically that this one is tied to it is an likely bigger buff, especially to non-strikers, or if people are running focus or something. But it is more conditional and is doesn't have the same uptime to a good Redify. And the True Patriot basically does the same. So I think I will leave that out actually, just to keep the flow going a little bit better, because yeah, sometimes I try to keep the layout to around 10 to 15 minutes max, which especially with several layouts is gonna eat up all that time anyway. And then I also, want the calculation to be not too long after it, as I try to make a conscious effort to keep it a little short, even though, doesn't end up that way. I'm going to actually leave this build as is, and I'm not going to run it in the video as well. I'm just going to run it with the FAMAS instead of the Mark 16. Well, I quite like the Mark 16. Just the FAMAS difference is gonna... It is important to run it with a weapon that is practically better. It's gonna have a look over there again just to make sure no dropped frames or anything. And then so on the second sheet, what I'll do is basically make a calculation. I'll put in basically 8 times this number, the glass vigilance number. I'll just take this average shot and times 8. And then I'll make a second one where I basically take the red vigilance, make 7 of them, and then add in the bonus of that extra 25 total weapon damage to them. And also with strikers, and then, or a second one as well with strikers, and then together with the Redify, just to show the total group numbers. Because I think that would be something that most people would be interested in. And then maybe, just for shortness sake and also being able to just get it out today, I'll then likely do the ongoing directive as my... actually, not my next showcase, because that one's already set to be Eclipse. And then the one after that, I'll do ongoing directive. I'll actually make a note of that too. OD Red showcase. And once I've done all 3, I'll revisit it basically in a rambling talk, maybe with some numbers between all 3 and how it kind of try to weight them in some way as well, and try to get something reasonable maybe out of it. Gonna make the game big for a second and hop over here and toggle just this, and then take us back. So take us back here as well. I should maybe actually pop that. I could pop that in a different browser window, then I can just tab over without it showing up on there. So we have all of these already then ready. Also, I can make this a little bit bigger because likely this will be impossible to read otherwise on stream. Oh, that's a little bit better. And one thing I should want to do as well is filter this with a color correction, and maybe, well, maybe not that much, but that much. I would be expecting, I'm trying to make it a little bit see-through, that one, but if I take it all the way down. Okay, it's basically impossible to make that look good. I'll just leave it as this. Yeah, so I'm gonna swap accounts to go to the other one. Just gonna make sure that I have everything from this account that I want to have. So I have all that stats. That's all set up. Let's go OBS away so I can see all of it. So this is all in place. Actually, I'm surprised that this VG Grupo actually reaches up that high already. Yeah, I'm gonna swap accounts, and that part will disappear, I feel. It did, okay. And I'm just gonna make sure that I'm not accidentally showing my my account credentials, because yeah, that's that's not something I would want. Yeah, gonna log into that one. So yeah. Because yeah, I'm gonna do the layout part on talking over that account's number, so that's why I went and got this other one's first. Although I feel now as well that I actually want to have this reordered so that that one is at the top. But no, actually, I'll keep it in this order because it'll go in increasing damage order. The game should show up already. Okay, it does. Although it's windowed in a weird way there. I need to actually fix that at some point. Click through all that actually. It's gonna let that load all the way up. And load in, take us back here. So I'm gonna take the numbers from this one, and I also actually need from, I'll actually back out here. DPS, not that one. I want to have this one. I'll just take the number from here. And actually, I'll put this back to that one. So I have that ready if I need to, because I will need that one as well later on. LMGs, GR9. So I'll take the number from here, which is... did the GR9 share a number with anything else? Doesn't seem like it. No, it got its own number. Gonna jump back here. Let me jump back here. I should just close that. So, yeah, that spreadsheet really eats resources if it's on for too long in the background for some reason. So that's this number that goes in there. Yeah, I want to see. And also in the showcase as well, I will briefly discuss why it's saved like this with 5 pieces, because yeah, then it can go either Coyote or BTSU. Basically, I have access to both variants. But yeah, this one is then laid out to be in a way where if I go BTSU here, I only lose some crit damage, so the glove is without crit chance. It's with crit damage, and that's specifically so that the crit chance doesn't change when I go over that route. And then if I want to go the Seska route, it has basically 1 crit chance here that, and then it will land on the same numbers here. Now, of course, I could have it be a little bit lower, this crit chance, and I actually should have it lower. Actually, if I'm honest, because yeah, I could gain a little bit more crit damage, and then especially but then this is more in line for it to be both good in 0 to 15 and 15 to 25. That's the thinking there. But actually, let me, because we have mod there. Because yeah, I could. Oh, actually, this is also it. Wait, this is damage. Actually, I can going into each item. Oh, I can't bleed more crit chance. At least not in an easy way. I could lose the Seska and go Grupo, but that would be too much. That would take us to 46, and that's well beyond what I'm comfortable with. So So one of the things as well now is Elmo came in, and Elmo makes a lot of sense as well here with all of these builds that kind of need a little bit more crit chance. And I will actually put that as a secondary here. So with the other one, I will go with, because yeah, briefly to check, with the Elmo, we are actually landing on a very nice crit chance, crit damage. And yeah, the Elmo, one of the reasons I kind of don't like that 20 crit chance, at least from a balance perspective. It's a little bit too good, and LMGs still had a little bit of a niche where they could go with 3 crit chance mods and this a minor of crit chance, and together have 24.5, 25 basically crit chance. Now that there's an AR that just has 20 crit chance, it just pushes them a little bit out again, which, I mean, LMGs were already a little bit behind anyway. They have their purposes still, especially for openers. But here still, so what I basically am going to playstyle and in the explanation as well, just put out, is that this is set up to be, if I'm close range, I'm going to use the GR9. And then when I'm mid-range, I'm going to use the AR. Because yeah, the GR9 is going to benefit as it has more crit chance even than the Elmo with that minor. And then the Elmo has less crit chance, but has that massive damage to health bonus. So both are usable, and it's basically up to what the player wants to have. Taking the numbers from this one further is actually, let me double check that. Yeah, it's all lined up there. So I'm going to basically, this is going to be the same 130. So I'm already going to just take from that one. And what I'm already going to do is, because I wanted to match numbers of a Coyote at 15 to 25, is that I'm basically going to add, so this one is going to be 153 most likely, just going to make sure that that is the case. So that's a full mod, and this is 0.8, 0.8, so yeah, 153, and then plus 10. But what I will do actually is 153 plus 10, and this is just for myself, so I can, when I click it, I already can see that, oh, okay, I did account for the Coyote. And I'll do the same here, which is well, actually no, and that one I'll take it just to 60, because from that one I can see it already. I'm gonna minimize OBS again so I can access here. We have vigilance and our bonus, so we have 50 total weapon damage bonus total. Here we have 0. And that's going to really hurt this one a little bit. Because, yeah, what I really should show then is actually if I take this one also to 0, 0, 0, because, yeah, those don't have damage to armor. And it's surprising, actually. Oh, well, actually, it isn't surprising that, yeah, the group of vigilance wins, because, yeah, that's a FAMAS, and this is a... But then I'm also kind of reconsidering, and maybe I should just make this an Elmo one, because, yeah, people will... But, yeah, especially with the introduction with the Elmo. And, yeah, this is sometimes one of those places of, like, do I go with it one way? What do I show? It becomes the thing. I'm going to undo those. I might just go the route of just showing it with the Saint Elmo as its primary, and then I'll have the LMG as the secondary. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Because, yeah, that's likely what I'm considering it also from basically a point of what would I be interested in seeing. And in that case, that's going to be it's basically what could be considered in one of its optimal. So it's actually 173 plus 10. That's going to go to 60 because the Elmo will trounce the. Briefly gonna reopen that other tab, but I don't want to show whatever I have in my history here. Where I accidentally did that, although actually turns out there's nothing in there at all anyway. That would have mattered. I'm gonna take us to ARs here again, and luckily I've already yeah, the same as the FAMAS. That I already actually knew that, so I should have just taken that. Back to here. So yeah, actually I can just equals this. It shares a base with the M4, and the M4 shares a base with the FAMAS. So and it's surprising actually to see that it's lower. I can, yeah. So I was expecting it to actually be high. Oh, actually, yeah. At least on sustain to be higher, but yeah, I haven't taken the 70 round magazine, or its so its RPM goes to 850 here because it doesn't share one with there, and then but its reload goes down to 1.8. Together with 70 rounds mag. Because yeah, I was expecting its burst to be lower, but I wasn't expecting its sustain to be lower, which it isn't. And then the thing here, especially also to keep note of, is that this, of course, could get an extra talent on the weapon on top of it. So this could be a fast hand, and then it could be basically that. Which actually seems a little bit outlined and almost feels like I'm missing something. Oh, I am, of course, missing something because I don't have these inputs yet. There we go. That seems a little bit more in line. Okay. I had forgotten to change the DTH and damage targets that are covered to be in line with my changes. Gonna change these two to reflect that it's a different weapon. I should just check chat as well, see if anybody has trickled in, but this one will likely be mostly for the VOD. And of course, I'll do the recording as well. Briefly checking there. So we have all of the numbers in place for the initial. Yeah, this Saint Elmo is being higher. You just have to keep in mind that this is basically the talent of it is locked into. Its damage bonus part of its talent is basically locked into its bonuses to the max size and reload. It's gonna readjust a little. Because sitting too long in the same position, which I sometimes tend to do a little bit when being that attentive to spreadsheets is not great for your back sometimes. Although I should just have a better chair, but I'm working on it. Just looking through all the numbers, seeing what, basically making the narrative in my head that I'll go through the video, which is basically that, we're going in steps up in damage. We're going to try to hit these. So basically going from safeguard, getting that extra vigilance on top adds quite a lot to it. And what I'll do as well here, because yeah, that one is usually one of the things that I like having, is I'll actually on burst, so I should put in burst as well. Not like that. Okay. I should put percentage behind it, but it should be obvious as percentage. So this is that one divided by itself. And this is that one. Nope. That's not an equal sign. That is the equal sign. Actually, no, not plus. Divided by this one is this one divided by that one. And this is just to basically, so in there they're comparing to the glass, and in here they're comparing to each other. Gonna make sure that all of these show as percentages, so it's in line. So yeah, this here we basically see that exact thing of adding in 25 total weapon damage because it is additive to something that is already a pool that already exists. It is an actual increase of 20%, and that's the same together with obliterate and vigilance. That's why I usually call it an actual increase of 20% when you have additive pools like that together. And yeah, this all seems in line. And then yeah, the sustain, especially the this is actually impressive with the sustain of the. Although actually, I mean, it is impressive until you realize that this one could go there, could go, because yeah, this would be fast hands being active, and then even the obliterate, because it was catching up to the obliterate by quite a lot. But yeah, it basically here we could have an extra talent on top of it, either strained or flatline or fast hands, and that would very much invalidate the feeling of this. And that's basically what I'll also talk about in the video. So it's mostly about comparing these four variants, and each of them has a thing, of course, going for them. The group of one even still has a thing going for it, is that if there's already several coyotes in the group, then it can have its own buff, and then on top of it have the buffs from allies nearby. Although to be effective for that, it should have it should leave a gap in its crit chance, but it's also fast stand, so I don't want to do that. And that's sometimes the annoyance. But those are the build choices you can go through. Oh, I was on the wrong screen there, talking about stuff that you guys could not see, which it's not smart on my part, but I need to find a better place to put OBS. I need a third screen, turns out. I thought 2 screens would be enough, but a third one would be handy, actually. Although I will actually briefly take this back here. Okay, so we have those numbers in place, and now I want to have specifically numbers. So I'll take the glass red here. Actually, I'll take. So the choice here is between. So each 3 of these builds will benefit differently from the bonus of total weapon damage, because it's. So with this one, with the glass, because it has glass being a separate multiplier, it's only going to be additive to the vigilance of the backpack. But with the obliterate, of course, it's additive to 2 other sources. But I think I will take the glass. I'm trying to think of use cases for either one. I'll take the glass, I feel, because yeah, it is the obvious one to go for. and then basically have the glass there, have it. So am I going to do this? It's going to be that one, and then I need this one, a second one here. And then going to add in that one underneath it, making sure that the numbers got correctly copied. I'm gonna put OBS away. In my way. Okay, so here we have basically a red and a glass red, and then what I'll do here is instead of is that number, which is taking this average shot from there, I'm gonna do times 8. And this should work. It is working, okay. And then I'm gonna do this one times 7. But I'm going to alter this one, and I'll mark it as well with black there to be 50. So this is 8 glass reds and then 7 glass reds, with all of them having the buff from the FI player. We can already actually see it's already over. So it is already at that point, even just 7 players. Even if the FI player wasn't even shooting at all, adding in their own damage bonus, which is not insignificant. It is, yeah, as we saw up there, it's about 70% of the burst of glass red. Then they are basically on top of that. So this will become together. So I'll just, yeah, I'll do it like this. Is actually I need this one, and then plus this one, and then I need is this one plus this one. This one, yeah. So this is. So I'll take and put times 8 there, put it here, and times 7. This here, and then I'll call this combined. And give it some form of color. There we go. And yeah, so comparing especially just 8 glass reds versus so this is basically the group DPS of 8 glass reds, so in raids, for instance. And this is then the same with 7 of them, and then 1 FI buff going over them, and then being the strong FI. We can see as well here, so this number is actually pretty high, because yeah, each person is basically 12.5% of the total. So this one being already 10.6 of 7 actually. So, oh no, actually it's from 8. So it, yeah, just itself being that high is actually really helping out. And yeah, the percentage-wise, it ends up basically these two being additive to each other, because it is an additive number of comparing to that. So that all checks out. What I'll do here actually is, because I want to do this same thing with strikers as well, of course. But what I also want to do is actually, I'll put it here. Aesthetically, it'll look better one. And instead of 8, I'll do 4. So 8-man groups and 4-man groups are, of course. Actually, I now realize that we have that combined underneath it. And I also realize that then we need that combined to be there. So I need it to be like this. Maybe visually. But that's going to add way too many. Yes, I will actually. No, I'll just do it like this. So I'll take this again, put it here as well. And later on, all of these percentages it'll basically be a second row of comparison. So I'm gonna make it a little different color. Okay. So this is going to be times 4 times 3. And then also actually alter it to actually match those numbers, although actually it's not in it yet, of course. So this is times 4. This is times 3. Of course, these are theoreticals. So we can't do full simulations and stuff, because also simulating what becomes the question. If you're doing some of the raid bosses, you can have perfect uptime. If you're doing something like Countdown, you're likely not going to have perfect uptime. People are just getting chip damaged and such. If you're doing one of the raid bosses where there is like constant chip damage anyway, then it's that one doesn't multiply to anything. And this is this one plus this one. And all of these need to be changed to be 35. So we're basically comparing everything to... we're basically doing 2 of these multi-calculators in one on the percentage comparison. I'll also do this one just for... And the game decided to bug out as it was longer than 15 minutes. Actually, hop it back in. So we have 35, 35, 35. Oh, that one didn't go correctly.
Safe area entered.
So here we see, especially with the St. Elmo variant, just going to make sure that the numbers are all coming in through correctly. Because I've calculated Redify's before, but that is before we had the St. Elmo. And the St. Elmo variant, yeah, is quite high. But we're also still leaving out... And that's really one thing that is altering. I also should actually alter these to match, because yeah, that's actually that is what is causing that. But I can actually just copy this and just paste it several times. Because yeah, this numbers fell too high, and it did drop down a little bit. Because yeah, it's going to lose burst, it's going to gain sustain. And also the burst and the sustain should be the same as the rest. So that checks out now, at least. But what I feel I should add is actually, yeah, so if I add in another 10 amp, implying a talent there, because yeah, that's usually like strain comes close to that, or if you go flatline also is going to be around that. And that's going to skew the numbers a little bit. which it did a little bit. So yeah, it took down this total. But actually, it's surprising to see that it's so much higher still with it. But of course, this is reliant on the buff being active, which you don't have perfect that time, and especially the Redify doesn't have the healing capabilities to keep it going like that. And that's also the reason why, if you go basically from 4 glass reds to 3 glass reds and a normal FI, it would basically be this, because the normal FI is doing about less than 1 million, basically. Close to a million, 1.2-ish likely. And yeah, that means that the total is basically, you're decreasing the potential total, theoretically. But of course, the 3 reds being healed means they can shoot a lot more and be less dead. Hopefully, if the FI is doing their job right. So yeah, you can never. Numbers are very much a thing that you have to. The story that you attach to them matters more than the actual numbers, usually, unless it is something that is directly comparable, which is rare. That's basically calculations between perfect spotter and normal spotter or something like that. Like they play the same exactly, and just a bigger number matters more. But the second you start going into these kind of things, it's basically the story you attach to them, whatever the person giving you the numbers is using to justify it, ends up what matters there. So now I'm going to take this once more. Actually, I'll leave it at that, because what I would want to do as well is to do it with strikers, but the numbers are going to basically be, it's going to be close to the same story. And I feel that would add maybe too much to the length of the calculation part, because yeah, getting through especially these, just explaining what they are and such, is going to take its time. And I feel that this part tells the story of Redify enough for a build showcase. If it was a masterclass, yeah. So those of you that have seen my masterclasses know that they go long, and then I'm also okay with going with 30 minutes of calculations, because it's timestamps as well. People can jump around if they want to. Going to take this big up here. Gonna get this part ready. Gonna check as well if the bit rate is not on fire, which it sometimes is. Okay. And also, luckily, I fixed the camera shutting off every 30 minutes. People on the internet are quite useful, and make custom firmwares for stuff, especially very old cameras. Because yeah, that is a very old camera, that one, but I had to actually look up when it was released, and that's 2012, which made me go, oh, has it been that long? Because yeah, I bought it around its release, but it's now my backup camera, but now it's my streaming camera then. Looking at, yeah,
Trading with you, agent.
show what I'm looking at. I'm also just briefly just going through the build pictures, just refamiliarizing myself with the discussion I'm going to have here. So one of the things I'm considering doing is actually changing these build pictures, but also I'm going to show the loadout mostly in game. That's how I usually do it, so it's not going to be an issue. Because yeah, the St. Elmo especially here, but the layout of the gear is the exact same. It's just with the St. Elmo instead of maining that LMG. Should grab some water. Yeah, that's fine. Because yeah, I'll give these a revamp sometime in the future. But just to go into the showcase without doing an hour of work there as well. Because also it's not needed. It doesn't change the actual outcome. So yeah, we have the calculation sheet ready. Those two are ready. Gonna put that away. Oh, I still haven't. Yeah, I'm reorganizing the tabs to be ready for showcase. So I was working on this one, which is in my build collection. I'm gonna copy the links over from that, but I actually still need to do that because that would be handy to have the stream links and the YouTube links there, so people can find it. Yeah, I'm gonna take us over into game. There's one thing I wanted to try, and I haven't prepared it here, so it's a bad choice actually for me to go into doing it now. But I'll just still attempt it because I had this idea a while ago. Because it's quite hard usually to read or see what I'm mousing over when I'm going over the stats, especially. Like with the in-game, it highlights it a little bit and such, so it catches the eye. But actually, I need to then take this back into here. I'm going to move a file over and make it ready. Oh, it's a SVG file. I should actually alter that to be a PNG. So I'm going to briefly do that, which is just basically to have a red circle. And then I'll, instead of going on the browser, I'll go on the on OBS and move that circle basically to what I'm talking about, and hopefully that'll work decently. I actually going to grab one online actually real quick instead of making one quick. Just needed to not be SVG. That's an SVG. This one an SVG. It's also an SVG. All of these are SVGs for some reason. I just want it to be a PNG because that one might work. And I'm thinking of creators online. Let me actually put it somewhere where I can pull it from. It's there. And I want it to be in this one. So, recordings live. And that one. See how that looks. Nice and big. But yeah, I'll basically just do stuff like that, which I hope will look decent enough. Where I just go like, I'm talking about this and then this and then this. But then what I really need to have it is actually just to prepare this one already, and then we have that's for the build picture. There we go. And I especially want to have it here.
Due to a personnel shortage, all on-duty guards are requested to remain at their post until further notice.
Need to lock everything else. Yeah, otherwise I can grab everything. There we go, and there you go. That'll work well enough, I hope. To be a little bit more. And I'll put it ready in. Actually, I'll put it starting off up there. Because I know there are some programs that can overlay stuff, but yeah, usually then you need to grab the entire screen, which kind of breaks some of the stuff on my setup. So actually gonna take it away from here, have it at the ready, but not have it visible. Because yeah, I'll be using other parts to be ready, and I'll do the recording actually as well, just live. So I'm gonna take us big, make sure that that is active. So one thing I do as well, and some people have noticed, and others not so much, that I usually try to find a decent background that kind of like maybe also fits a little bit. I usually go scoping a little bit for areas as well. I haven't really for this run, but I know decent places. I'm trying to think if there's a good hospital anywhere. Because yeah, I mean, I might be a easy click with that. But my other option as well that I'm considering, because yeah, we have that spooky hospital over down here, with its wards a little bit, but there's no good lighting there. I think. Because I might actually just go stand next to Mr. Schaefer. Let's actually go see what the lighting is like there. Because yeah, at the end of last season, Schaefer got moved over here, of course. And he's super exposed now for some reason. That's okay. Like Black Tusk attack once they, that I mean, you can't have double jeopardy, of course. once you've been attacked by a faction once, it's a one-time deal. They use their card and they can't ever now that we're super weakened. Why would they attack? And I think I will actually just take this, because the lighting isn't too horrible. Just gonna make sure that the gear is all colored as well, and everything like that. Like just minor, you know, make it look good as much as possible. Just gonna see as well if the, I mean, that's gonna be a bad angle. It's just looking up his crotch. His tattoo is a little bit identifying, so seeing if I can get his face in there together with maybe like parts of me. He has a very detailed face, more so than most other people. I think I can wedge it in there, although it is geometry clipping a little bit. And just make it a little bit more wide like that. It's always fiddly. That looks good enough for an intro shot. The pillar on the left is a little bit horrible, but yeah, that looks fine enough. But yeah, usually it depends. Sometimes I go way out of my way to make it look way too, to find it too perfect a place or something. But I'm also sometimes lazy. It's okay to be lazy sometimes, as long as you get stuff done. And that's my intention here today. So I'm basically going to record my intro and such. So I won't have chat up for a few minutes. And I basically record everything in segments. And I'm going to just record the intro, hopefully get it in a few takes. So if you hear me just repeating, restarting basically, because yeah, sometimes I just blank on stuff or say something completely wrong that I know is wrong and then still say it. And then I have to edit it out or just redo that part usually. So yeah, you guys get to see how the sausage is made, and hopefully somebody finds that interesting. I would find it interesting to see how other creators do it, but usually, mostly they edit a lot more than I do. Basically, I'm going to record a segment intro, a segment of going through the build layout, a segment of the calculations, and then 2 segments of gameplay. And I'll just do those live here and such. And follow that up with just a conclusion segment. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. So, and then I'll just stitch those together basically and not edit anything, which is the lazy way. So yeah, I'm gonna go to that, and yeah, my face is also gonna disappear because I do not want to do that on YouTube videos. I don't think there it doesn't add much. So I'm going to jump to the initial there. I'm going to make sure I have my build collection at the ready and that works. Because yeah, I was in my introduction just say about the build collection. Usually that gets people a little bit curious to maybe go and check it out. And then I have the build pictures at the ready for when I go into the layout segment. Okay, just checking everything audio-wise that is all on, including my EQ that I had turned off for the last 2 videos and didn't notice. And then, because I have a headphone that isn't that sensitive to, or isn't boomy, but then I listen to some of my footage on cheap headphones. Well, actually, very expensive headphones that sound very cheap, which are super boomy. And remember that I need to alter that for people that listen with a sub on as well. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start off by doing my intro and then just recording that segment, a brief introduction to it, and then after I've done that, I'll reappear on the screen. Just gonna make sure that I don't accidentally end the stream, just so those hotkeys are away. There we go. Okay. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on a Red FI. As they are really good buffing builds. I alluded as well to it in other videos with other buffing builds about its effect. Yeah. And there we have the first cut. So I've cut off there. I went on into rambling. I don't want to talk about other buffing builds and stuff. I just want to do a brief intro. And that's one of the things that I run into quite often is just I start rambling and then I go, oh, this isn't it. What am I doing? So yeah, this is take 2. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on a Red FI. And we're going to discuss two variants here, and even more than them, because you can lay it out in several ways, going from more healing towards more damage. And especially the more damage ones are quite popular now, and they're good builds. And the St. Elmo also added a little bit of functionality to it. So this is a great time to discuss them, I feel. And for this build showcase, I will, of course, as always, be using parts of my build collection, and specifically two builds out of there, as those are the two red FIs. And everything will be linked down below. I'm going to cut it off there because I was and way too much, and I forgot to actually have the build collection tab ready, because I can just do that with a button press, and I try to mouse it, and that's not a good idea. There. Back into initial position, and going to go into take number 3, and third one's the lucky one always, right? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on a red FI. As red FIs are really good buffers, I would consider them of the three major buffing builds, the best one. And for today as well, we'll be, of course, using my build collection, and specifically two build pictures from there, as there is two major ways of setting it up, and a few variants in between. So we're going to be discussing that. As always, everything will be linked down below, the builds collection, the pictures that I'll be using today. And as always with my build showcases, it's going to be split into two chapters. In the first chapter, I'll go over the build itself, and we'll go into the layout of it, how I've laid it out, and some of the build calculations for it, and also how it affects groups, especially as that's the interesting part of it. And in the second chapter, I'll take it into some gameplay. It's going to be countdown related, as that's where this build really shines. And we'll live narrate and try to give insights in how I play it, and try to show you how some of the tips and tricks for it. As especially the BTSU variant has one major trick that really helps it and is less well known. So yeah. Let's jump into the build picture. So there I rambled a little bit too much. I'm just going to see what the length of it is. Also briefly put up chat as well, just see if anybody is in. Where is my collection? Go there. So let's see. I could actually have this over here. It's not showing on stream, right? Yeah. I'll give it a fourth attempt because, yeah, I stumbled over my words a little bit. And that's always not going to be a perfectionist about it, as especially if I wanted to be a perfectionist about it, then I would just record every line the way you normally do it, is just over narrate and just take your best picks of takes. But I try to do it in a way that is easy for me, especially because my time isn't infinite, and I need to get stuff done and still have time to play, because otherwise I wouldn't keep up at it way too long. So yeah, I'm gonna take one more take, and that's going to start right about now. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video I want to do a build showcase on red FIs, as they are really popular buffing builds, as they should be, as I would consider them probably the best one, especially for countdown. And as always with my build showcases, I'll be using the build collection and several build pictures from there, specifically two variants, as there is really two ends of the spectrum that you could put a red FI on, and then several gradations in between, and we'll discuss those in the layouts when we get there. And everything will be linked below, as always, the build pictures of today and the build collection itself, so you can go check those out if you want to have a better look at them. As always with my build showcases, it's going to be separated into two major chapters. In the first chapter, we'll mostly go over the layout and how I've put them together, go over the build pictures of them, and we'll also go briefly into some calculations as to how they compare to the major red builds, and then also how they group buff. And in the second chapter, I'll take it into some gameplay. Most likely for this, it will be countdown related, as that's where they really do shine well, and raids, but I won't be taking them in a raid today. And both will be timestamped down below. Everything, all of the segments will be timestamped, so you can jump around if you want to. So yeah, let's go into the build. Okay, I feel a little bit better about that one. Even though I stumbled still over words, I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to be a perfectionist about it. And then what I'll do here actually is just have the character at this point. Just want to see if I have a position here where it doesn't black out, which it likely will. I'll put it like that, even though we're kind of looking up his crotch. I'll try to put the camera a little bit like this. Trying to find a position that like kind of looks that's the same position mostly, but we don't go into black void. So that one looks okay. And I basically transition between the two with a fade, so it'll be obvious that we moved, but it shouldn't be that obvious that everything's changed. Gonna take us over to here, have this scene ready, and just gonna briefly look at my notes, because yeah, what I usually do is just I have some just a page of notes. It's basically the order of things that I want to go through here. So I've basically laid it out as talking about the layout, the F5 bonus, Coyote, and then the backpack choice, and then going into the build picture, and then coming back and talking about the weapons, then the specialization, and then the skills. Although, I think I'll go skills first, actually, so I might actually change that to be a different order. Because yeah, the weapons, no, I'll go skills last. That's usually where the order I do it in, and even with skill builds. And I briefly want to check before I actually jump in there is what amount of healing does this guy do here? Oh, okay, insignificant amount. So yeah, that one's not worth it. Just to remind myself of choices there, because yeah, this thing as well doesn't. It's only tier 1, right? And then it only gains from stim efficiency from tiers. Yeah. So yeah, tier 1 also wouldn't be useful. And I'm just basically reacquainting myself with some of the skills and how they could pertain to here. Because yeah, we also could have this, but then we would have to go survivalist, which I don't want to. I'd rather be a technician. A healing trap as well just doesn't do enough, right? Yeah. Because healing trap actually seems interesting for here, but yeah, it is maligned for a reason. Very much so, even. I'm just gonna take that recording and put that already actually in the folder, so I don't accidentally delete it as I have done in the past. Although I can usually pull it back from. I'm gotten in the habit of not shift deleting and just completely removing the files right away, just so option. I wanna see if I can line it up in a way where it is visible that it's Schaefer. But yeah, likely not, because the camera needs a hole basically to go into, and that works actually. So yeah, I'm gonna now go do the take of the entirety of the layout. And yeah, that's usually also still in one take all the way up to the calculation part. So just gonna make sure that I have nothing I want to change here. And yeah, the Elmo being in there is changing my spiel a little bit, because I was going to discuss LMGs mostly with this one. Because yeah, before the Elmo came out, that made sense and that kind of worked as well. So I'm still considering just leaving it out, or I will just discuss it like that, I will say. Or we could put a Kingbreaker there, one of the two. Or we could have a future perfect secondary, which also kind of works to get the tiering up, because yeah, it can kill even with a future perfect talent. But I think I'll just leave that LMG there to be a second pool of ammo. And from a practical end, even though I didn't calculate it there, I'm pretty confident that the LMG will do better as long as it's not fighting something that is only held. So if you're fighting something that is armor, because both of them don't have damage to armor, so in that one they're equals. Fighting stuff that is mostly with armor and not armor plates, so not health, then the LMG will likely win out on close range, because it has higher crit chance, and then it would get the close range buff of the Coyote, which is only crit damage, and then it would come out on top. But also not to an amount that is going to be significant. It's going to be 2% or so likely. And that's also a little bit down to, yeah, the Elmo is a great sustainer, but yeah, on burst, it keeps up, but it doesn't supersede any of the older ones. Yeah, I'm gonna hop into the take of this. I'm just gonna make sure that I have both build pictures at the ready. And how I want to discuss them, make sure that I'm curious to see if this fixes it. Okay, they were a little bit too big. And then does this still work then? Okay, yes, this still works. So just gonna make sure that my hotkey works. And that just all works. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna hop on in and do the recording of the layout. So just gonna actually check what my last sentence was before I open this. Hi, I'm IKEA, if you want to. So yeah, let's go into the build. Okay, because yeah, just to have continuity, because sometimes I go like, because if I say something there and I repeat the exact same thing in this in the next take, it kind of looks weird. Okay, so yeah, gonna do that recording now, setting it up, and here we go. And here is the red FI. So what the red FI is mostly is red cord FI pieces together with trying to maximize damage. And we do that basically in the same way that we do it with Heartbreakers and such, which is with a Seska backpack with Vigilance and a Coyote's mask. And this layout is very much designed. As you can see, all of the pieces have been recored because, of course, a future initiative comes with yellow cores, a record to red, and that's just to maximize towards damage. We're giving up most of the healing potential of any FI build because most of that is tied to skill tiers and repair skill attributes, but we basically don't have any of those in this layout specifically. And this is the layout that I actually would recommend. And the thing that we're going for, of course, is the mechanic of future initiative. As with the 2-piece, we're getting some repair skill. With the 3-piece, some skill haste and skill duration. We don't really care about any of those in this setup. But what we really do care about is this ground control, which is increasing our allies' total weapon damage and total skill damage by 15% when at full armor. So it's conditional to that when at full armor, and that is their armor. So each player has basically, whenever they are at full armor, they have this buff on them active. This buff is total weapon damage and total skill damage. We have tested that, and we know that to be the case. So it's additive to whatever total weapon damage usually, and well, total skill damage as well, they have on their build already. So it's additive to things like vigilance, to things like obliterate. So it can give a little bit of diminishing returns, but it's also a decent amount at 15% base. But we are specifically using the chest because we want to take that 15% to 25%. And that makes this quite strong. So we're as long as our allies are at full armor, they will have a 25% total weapon damage stat extra on top of whatever they have. And that's going to come up to either 20% if they only have vigilance or obliterate, of 25% if they don't have any total weapon damage bonuses, if they're, for instance, glass strikers, something like that. Or spotter striker, then they get the full bonus of 25%. But even to a build running obliterate vigilance, so that has already a lot of total weapon damage, it's still around 16%. So it is quite a big increase. We're also providing, of course, our coyote buff, and we're also using the coyote here ourselves, as it is one of the better pieces, especially for gaining even more crit chance. Seska, of course, to get that crit chance as well as the brand bonus. As, yeah, usually Seska, whenever you have a good way of making use of that brand bonus, it's going to outcompete with anything else. As on this, all of the pieces are basically, everything has crit damage mods. The only 2 crit chance rolls, attributes on this build are to the Seska, and then the brand bonus of the Seska, and of course the Coyote, which is locked to having that. And actually, if I at that point then bring up the build picture of this build, which is that one, then we can see that, yeah, it is very much all crit damages, everything record to be red cores on the FI pieces. And in here, I'm maining actually, as it is saved on this build picture, I was running an LMG with a crit chance miner, and that is actually what is bringing that crit chance up to be quite decently high. But nowadays, we have one other option, and that is the St. Elmo's, which is what I'm using, and we'll discuss it briefly when we touch on weapons. But yeah, this is the layout that I would recommend. And while we can't really heal, we're giving up quite a lot of our healing. We're still going to use healing skills because we can heal up a little bit of the chip damage, try to keep our allies a little bit healed up. But you could also forego those, and just the people that are running alongside you, for instance, in Countdown, they'll just use their med packs or their armor packs, if I'm going to make it correct, whenever they take heavy damage, and then they'll be back at full. But yeah, the buff is contingent on them being at full armor, and most of the times, the thing that will heal the most is actually going out of combat. So in between fights, you will go out of combat, and that will heal everybody back up to full. That's basically the healing mechanic that this build relies on. And even with no regen active for the times that is active as the season directive or in Summit or for some reason, There's an easy way around that, which is just to swap weapons. You will pop back to full armor when you are out of combat. So the no regen directive is completely negatable by just knowing that fact. But especially in countdown and raids where you shouldn't have directives, we've had directives bleed through at times, but failing that, there are no directives there. And every time we go out of combat, then everybody gets healed up and they'll get back to having that full bonus. Jumping back specifically for this build that I would consider the one that I would mostly recommend, and it's also the one that is in the recommended build list, is with the Seska Backpack Vigilance, and we're going Vigilance because it is pretty much the best backpack talent for damage. Failing that, you could go Companion, of course, because you'll be using this in groups, so just sticking together with an ally, or even putting maybe a healing drone on yourself can be an option. But especially in Countdown, that's not recommended around the Hunters. And the Coyote is then there to fill up even more crit chance, especially because this is mostly going to be a build that you're going to use at mid-range and even a little bit longer ranges. To move on to the weapons, especially, one option that has come with this season is to use St. Elmo's. And St. Elmo's has one specific thing that it does really well, and that is that it is a decent enough weapon, but especially it has this 20 crit chance as one of its mods, and that is higher than any other weapon from mods. Of course, SMGs can go over it, and LMGs used to and still go over it as well. And that's why I used to have an LMG with the crit chance third. And that means that together with the 3 mods on the weapon itself, you get to 24.5 crit chance. And that used to be quite useful for pulling up the crit chance of this build. You're giving up that 21 damage to health, which is quite strong. But you're not giving up that much, especially if you can make effective use of that crit chance. So LMGs used to fill that role, that niche really well. But now with the St. Elmo's, just having 20, 4.5 less, of course, but it is making up for it as well as by having a crit damage mod. It has really good sustain because it has extra mag capacity, and it actually has a pretty decent reload rate because it also has a weapon handling mod as well. That all adds together that it's encroaching on that niche that LMGs had, and it is mostly going to be used here as well. The one thing that LMG still will provide you is the ability to have a Scorpio as the secondary then, if you main the LMG, which is, still a really good tactic as well. But I'll also show in the other variant that I basically go just the FAMAS, and that's also a viable choice, because especially the thing that the Elmo falls a little bit behind on is burst, and that is mostly down to that other weapons can still have a talent on top of it where they go for even more burst output. And I will actually show that with the other build. Actually, to show that other build right now as well, and briefly discuss it, because it's not going to be exactly as I have it in the build picture here, and will be the first build that we run in the gameplay section, is this one. And this is with a backpack, still Seska, but in this case Safeguard, which is a talent that gives you 100 repair skill when you specifically are at full armor. And that can be used to really pump up the healing that the build can provide with its skills. But the way that I usually actually run it, and I will likely in the future, if you go to that build picture, it will have been changed already to have the BTSU glove always in that Grupo slot, the glove slot that I have this group on. And that's the way that I usually run it, because there's one really good mechanic that the BTSU still provides where you can supercharge your allies even without having 6 skill tiers on the build. And I'll show that in the gameplay section. And that is quite a good useful tactic, especially for resetting other people's hives, but also if you're playing with competent players, they can make great use of their skills in that 15 seconds of everybody being overcharged to really just blow through whatever is in front of you. So that is going to be the other build, and we'll briefly touch on that one before we take it into gameplay when we reach that point. But that one is based around just a normal AR. And I will take it just with a normal AR with an with a fast hands talent, and also having, and we do that mostly as well just to have a Scorpio secondary, which I haven't pictured here, but having a Scorpio is always handy, especially in Countdown as well, of course, because you can use that to CC enemies, and that will make it so that your allies don't get hit. The best healer is to not to not have people get hit to start off with. So jumping back to in-game. So yeah, and then as the pistol, TDI card custom is really useful, of course, because you can use that to gain another skill tier. If you are smart about it, you can also just pull out your pistol and then use your healing cam. Although that kind of gameplay will is something that if you really want to stick to it and min-max out, you can do stuff like that. Future Perfect is also a viable talent because gaining those skill tiers will increase your healing by quite a lot. So you can also just run a weapon with Future Perfect, as I had in that build picture. But it isn't that strong. But I still have it as a tertiary here, as sometimes it does come up and you can kind of use it. Specialization wise, well, you can go anything, and especially Survivalist and Technician makes the most sense. Survivalist for that little bit of extra healing, but our healing isn't as strong as, for instance, a full FI build, so it doesn't make that much sense to try to push it. Even that 15% extra will not make that difference, whereas Technician, just by providing its extra skill tier, will provide quite a large bonus. You can of course also spec it to be repair skills if you're willing to do that each time to move between between the skill damage bonus and the repair skill. I will have mine set to damage at all times and just take the hit. And it's providing us with that extra skill tier is really valuable. Now moving on to the skills, what most of the times will be the skill that you will mostly use for healing is to have a reinforcer. And the reinforcer is really nice for just using it on allies as well. It has this mechanic of ally repair, which is basically a burst healing that it does at the initial hit. It doesn't apply to you, and that's the reason why it isn't as effective to use it to heal yourself, because you only receive this healing over time. And while that is quite strong and will heal you up to likely full if you're full red build, it is especially this extra almost half of the amount of a red build's initial burst, the heal that it does on other people, that kind of makes it actually usable. Now with the BTSU variant, this healing hive is very much required. A hive in general is required for the mechanics of the BTSU, and also the hive with the BTSU glove gains healing or a haste from the BTSU, so it's quite usable that way. But in this build specifically, you could actually go Reviver Hive just to get yourself back up. You could go several other skills that are maybe more in line with CCing, so having a Shock Trap, having the Jammer Pulse or something like that, or Blinder Firefly. This hive is less useful to this build, but much more useful to the BTSU variant, which we'll get into when we get into its gameplay. And so let us jump over into some of the numbers, and we'll continue discussing this build over there. Okay. It was a little bit messy in parts. I'm going to see what the length of it is, as it's way too long. Because that felt way too long, but it always feels way too long to me. It is 14-minute segment, and that together with let me actually start making a playlist of them. And I just basically make a playlist out of them just so I see the total length as I add segments to it. So the two of them together are at this point 15 minutes, which is a little bit long, but isn't too terrible for my for my doing. So I'm gonna try to do the calculation segment now. And for that, I will basically have this screen up already. I'm gonna have this at the ready, see if I can move it around and it all works. Okay, it does. And this segment I'm gonna try to hit out and before I do that, let me just briefly check that everything is working here still. It is. Yeah, there we are. And I'll try to keep it under 10 minutes, which should be doable, especially with the amount of stuff that I have here in it now. So just briefly reacquainting myself with it, seeing if there's any major things I want to discuss there. I'm basically going to go talk about it going into order from the safeguard variant all the way up to the vigilance coyote variant. And then we have this segment here, and I'll specifically need to talk about that total weapon damage changing there, and also how this build, the glass build, will benefit more than, for instance, an obliterate. Also, one thing I didn't talk about much is how much it compares to a striker obliterate, because yeah, that's I actually do want to see if so this is this number dividing by this number and versus striker. Because that number is interesting to have. And yeah, it is. So the build itself, the best one of them. Actually, let me both do. So this is that one. I'll move this over here. So I'll do burst and then sustain, because yeah, those numbers aren't the same with the options there. So is this one divided by that one? The other way around, of course. So it's this one divided by that one. Yes. So yeah, it's half of the damage of a obliterate striker at full pelt. So yeah, that. But that's still actually, I mean, for a build that is buffing, that is providing group buff, a very strong one to the entirety of the group, that's worth it. And yeah, I'm gonna start the segment of the calculations right now. And here's the sheet that I've caught up on my own words. So it was indecisive if I wanted to go spreadsheet or sheet. So I'm gonna restart that one right away. Actually, I'll delete that whatever that's created there, just so I don't get confused. And I shall take a sip of water. Okay. So yeah, take two. And here's the sheet that I've prepared for today's video. In here, if you're not familiar with these are sheets that compare builds up to 10. I'm gonna cut it off there and just start again. So yeah, take 3. And this is the sheet that I've prepared for today's video. Long as I shouldn't add that much. So this is a sheet, and then okay, yeah, it's collecting my thoughts on how I want to order those sentences, as I want to go almost into 2 sentences at once. So yeah, take 4. And this is the sheet that I've prepared for today's video. It is comparison sheets, and there is a video on my channel now that will explain how these work. But without going into that one, I will just explain here that this compares 10 builds, and the output is up here, the input is up here. It is basically taking all of the stats from a build and then outputting those, giving an output in burst DPS, in mag damage, and in sustained DPS. And all of these percentages will be comparing to the numbers at the top. And the build at the top is a glass vigilance red. And I always compare with these three builds, a glass vigilance red, an obliterate vigilance red, and an unbreakable vigilance red, just high-end variant. As I know them quite well and know what their capabilities are, so it gives a decent comparison point. At the bottom here as well, I have a striker obliterate with backpack, so just the one that I did the showcase on. And that's also just because, yeah, that one is, of course, the current meta, so it is a valid point for comparison. Now, if we look at especially these three or four builds that I have input here, and the difference between them is we're going from basically the least amount of personal damage to the most amount of personal damage. So the first one is the one that I showed with the safeguard backpack and the BTSU glove, or which is going. It wasn't in the build picture like that, but I explained it back then. So, and then we're going to a vigilance backpack and then BTS plus the BTSU glove. So still taking a BTSU glove, so taking a hit on having a less red core and less crit damage and crit chance, and not having a brand bonus that fits, but getting the BTSU mechanics. Then going Vigilance plus Grupo, so without a Coyote's mask. And then with the Coyote, and then specifically this last one. So the first three are actually from the other build, so they're with the Famas as the main weapon. And this last one where we go into a Coyote, this is with the Saint Elmo. Because especially this Coyote version can have a little bit of a different layout, especially with the Saint Elmos, because it's set up to have less crit chance rolls on the build itself. So it gives different results a little bit. And that's all. It also has a different RPM and a different reload speed, which affects everything, of course. So comparing briefly, starting off with the safeguard variant, which is basically giving up the backpack talent damage-wise. Of course, the backpack talent is providing more healing. But we can see that even there, this is about half of a glass red. So it is giving up damage. I mean, half is quite the drop. It is 25% less even than an unbreakable vigilance red. But of course, we're providing a group buff. And that group buff is very important, especially if we are in, for instance, 8-man content like raids, like the countdown, where it is applying to 7 other people, where in 4-man content, it's applying to 3 other people. But this loss of our personal damage, and this is a build that is still doing 3.8 mil, so it can kill. It can quite effectively still apply damage to things and take care of itself. And it's applying that group buff to these allies, but of course it's giving up personal damage a little bit, and that's the trade-off. And as we'll also go on into the second part of this calculation sheet, is mostly about that, is how much does it add to a group. Now, if we move on to having just vigilance on top of it, we basically gain 10%. We gain a further 10% towards the red, the glass, and yeah, that difference is quite significant. So each of these is basically a choice. You can either go with the safeguard and BTSU and heal a little bit more effectively. You could give up the safeguard and still keep the BTSU and be halfway in between, basically. And then we go on to this third one where we also give up the BTSU and go with the Grupo. And we can see that at this point, it's starting to catch up to the point where it's almost the same as an unbreakable vigilance. But of course, its bonus is still conditional. So it needs to still be at full health to have that, or full armor for it to have that extra 25 total weapon damage from its talent. So it is conditional like that, but so is the unbreakable, the vigilance part of all these builds as well, of course, whenever we're taking damage. So it is very much a build that could actually also benefit from maybe just putting a shield on it just to hide behind so you don't get hit and don't lose your vigilance. And then when we go to the final one, which is what I would consider the recommended one, which is also the recommended build, but then nowadays with St. Elmo's, we can see that, yeah, it is reaching, especially on burst, it is catching up, basically outputting about the same as the Unbreakable Vigilance. One thing of note here as well is that, of course, the St. Elmo has a talent, and its bonuses are also very much tied into already having better RPM and reload speed and the mag size. So, and its talent is fixed to its shock rounds especially. So it is providing utility there. But on top of these burst numbers from the glass vigilances and basically all of the ones that are using a FAMAS and not using the St. Elmo, as is the case with the Coyote variant here, they of course still get a talent on top of it still. So they would gain another 9% from if they went strained. They would gain a further 15% if they went with flatline. But they would then have a weapon. Couldn't be on the FAMAS, so they lose a little bit. So yeah, it is usually best to just calculate out your specific cases as well. So I'm keeping it very general here. But if you want to have specific answers, you have to input specific questions, basically. But here we're keeping it very general. But yeah, so this glass, for instance, yeah, it could have another 10% just from having strained on top of it. Where the St. Elmo ones it is what it is. It is already, all of its bonuses are in there. Its talent isn't providing a further bonus. And especially on the sustain here, we can see that, yeah, it can kind of do well. But of course, these other weapons could have fast hands, and that's going to keep up its sustain by quite a lot. In this right side segment, we have, I've basically compared only the 4 builds that are Redifys here. So they're all comparing to the BTSU variant with Safeguard. And we can see, yeah, basically going to Vigilance, we're gaining it 20%. Going to Vigilance plus Grupo, we're gaining almost close to 50%, and then a little bit over 50% with the St. Elmo's variant. And these two especially, so the Grupo Vigilance one and this other variant with the St. Elmo's, they would basically compete to be right around each other because, yeah, this other one could, of course, be a flatline weapon. It could be a fast hands weapon. It could be a strained weapon and would catch up and supersede the St. Elmo in full output. But then the Elmo is making up for it by also having its own mechanics for CCing, basically. If we compare it to the Striker, so this is the amount that final Redify in that segment where the biggest number one does against Striker Obliterate plus Backpack. And we can see it's 54% of the burst and 65% of the sustain. But again, the Striker could have an extra talent on top of it. So for instance, if we were to say that this weapon is with fast hands and is going to reload in 1 second, which is basically given with fast hands, usually if you're stacking it up enough, we can actually input that and we can see that that sustain increase. So if we go back, that sustain was 65% of it, and now it's dropping to 53% of it. And yeah, that sustain goes up way higher. So it is, and that's because, yeah, that build can still get an extra, that Striker can get an extra talent on top of what it has available there, what it's on the weapon. Now moving on to what is, I find the more interesting thing to compare here is if we have 8 Glass Vigilance Reds, so all 8 people running a countdown together, running Glass Vigilance Reds, versus having 7 Glass Vigilance Reds, and then 1 of these of a Redify. So they are combined here together to be the combined variant of these 8 builds. So it's first 8 Glass Reds, and then in the second section is 7 Glass Reds, and then 1 Redify. We can see that it's quite an increase. So first off, just 7 Glass Reds will do more than 8 Glass Reds with that little extra bonus of the FI, and especially going to 8, and then the FI adding in its own damage altogether. We can see that, yeah, that is quite the increase. Now, it's of course it is a little bit conditional, but we can we can keep decent uptime on it. And then what we have is the 4-man variant of the same calculation, and then a second set of comparisons here. So these are all comparing to this one at the top again here, or well, not the one completely at the top, but this gray segment. And we can see that in 4-man, if the FI isn't firing, basically, if this was, for instance, a yellow FI, then we would actually lose a little bit, and it's also conditional. So that's why, especially in 8-man, it is actually really strong because it's applying to 7 other people. But when it's only applying to 3 other people, we start to lose out a little bit towards, especially if the FI isn't a red FI, so not applying its own bonus. And it will again catch up and go past for 4-man group with it being combined, because the build itself does a decent amount of damage. And this group damage is actually quite important often, because making a support build is fine, but if it gives up too much of its personal damage, group-wise, you just lose out. And that's why all of these red variants, the red FI, the red True Patriot, and the red Ongoing Directive, are all viable, where something like a buffing build that is built around being mostly blue cores with Vanguard and Tardigrade and such are less so, because they are giving up too much damage on their own and ending up with a total group damage that is less than if just everyone was running red builds. So yeah, that's enough discussion on the numbers of here, and let's take the Safeguard variant with BTSU first into some gameplay. Okay, there I've stopped the recording. And hey to you too, Funtime Fink. Thanks for joining again. And yeah, I'm doing a live recording of the build showcase. So all that you saw there is going to go into the showcase. Although I'm going to actually see how long that was, because if it's way too long, I might redo that segment. It's 12 minutes. It's a little bit longer than I want it to be. And it was a little bit, I was searching for words a little bit too much. But I think I will keep it as is. And if I redo it, it will be just that segment, but then after the stream. I'm just going to restart the game because it froze up there. And yeah, what I've left there is to go do 2 of the... I'm basically going to do 2 countdowns, and in the first one, mostly discuss where the build ends up. I'm just going to see if that red circle kind of works, just visually, just by the footage that I've recorded there. I think, yeah, it is better than what I used. Well, I used to just do it with the mousing over, and yeah, that was hard to see even looking on it on a PC monitor, and I'm going to assume that would be even worse on a phone screen or something like that. Going to put that recording by the rest. And one thing that I really want to do likely is get footage from a run. The game did not boot for some reason. Let me just see in Task Manager if it was a false start or if I just... Yeah, it was. Oh, don't worry about it. It wasn't the distraction really there. I didn't actually have the chat up while I was recording there. As yeah, that's just in a different tab. I'll actually, while the game is loading up, I'll jump it over here and actually see if the capture of it starts at some point. There we go. I'm briefly gonna step away for 1 second, grab some more water and actually a battery for the cam as well, and I'll be back in. Okay. Let's see. Game has loaded back in. I'm just gonna jump in. Briefly gonna fix this issue again where
Safe area detected.
Day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
where my voice was latency there. But that's minor and actually likely only noticeable if I can hop us back over. Yeah, sure if I like this. Yeah, yeah. Because yeah, I'm keeping my camera away for when it is for YouTube content because I'm not going to show my face there. Doesn't add enough. Already actually going to start making a file for this Redify. With the video program that I use, and drag and drop these 3 parts in there. That'll lock them in place as well, so I don't accidentally delete them. Yeah, so I'm going to set up this build to be the way I want it, which is actually, yeah, it is as is. I'm gonna, because with the other one, I will definitely be using the Reviver Hive, or the Restorer Hive, and trying to do it to a decent effect. But with this one, I feel that I should not use the Hive here and just show a different skill there. I'll use the Chem just to heal a little bit. So I'll just use a Blinded Firefly. That seems... although actually I can't use that. I mean, you can use the Blinded Firefly on Hunters, but it's a 50-50, that one. They can hack it sometimes really quickly. I'm trying to think, what couldn't they really effectively deal with? And the answer to that is basically nothing. Because they are Hunters. I have one tier I can take. Booster Hive. I could also just take Artificer and gain a 20% on. Actually, I'm unsure how this buff amounts specifically to healing style build or healing skills applies, because you usually when you're using Artificer, it's either to heal something with tech tanks or applying buffs to other turrets and drones. So I will actually take it, and it seems better than any other choice that I really have. Because yeah, that Hive, especially without the BTSU, isn't really that, or the healing Hive at least, isn't that useful. I could have this one just be on my back and just buff my healing a little bit. Because I do know it definitely applies to the repair over time. I'm going to assume it's also going to apply to the initial burst of it. And that's just because we have tested just with it's applying to other hives and such. So we know that healing, but this ally repair, this burst healing that the fire cam or the healing cam has is quite unique, with it only applying to allies and not yourself, and could maybe work in different ways. I'm also just going to briefly close a few tabs to save some CPU placement. Also, my lighting hasn't improved that much. It's mostly a position that I'm getting a better light tomorrow. I tried to go and get one today, but I didn't have much time, and the one store that is nearby to me didn't have anything appealing. At least at a price that was appealing, because lighting can get very expensive and the cheap stuff was sold out. I'm briefly just going to check that this is all working. Bitrate's also all okay. So I got that in well, and I don't have that thing up. Also, chat seems stuck. Okay, yeah. Good to hear, yeah, that the circle... yeah, I think that is one way... I know there are... Because I've seen it in some other videos, but I don't know which programs they're using, where they can, like, basically draw arrows easily. I've tried figuring that. I saw one program that did it, but it does it with overlays, and I would need to basically do a display capture to get it. I couldn't capture the overlay itself just by itself, so yeah, that. And I don't want to specifically do display capture if I can avoid it, because it is resource intensive, and also might show stuff that I don't want it to. Because nowadays I'm mostly just grabbing browsers, and even there I've chopped off parts of it where information could be, and the game, so that I'm not accidentally showing anything too much. Yeah, so this build is basically ready. I'm actually also just gonna briefly check how much requisition coins this account has, as I haven't played on it much. Okay, I bought something. Yeah, what I especially want is, so I'm gonna consider going a heroic countdown. Actually, I want to show this build second, I feel. And then I'll do it in heroic. That makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. So yeah, that's going to be me swapping screens for a second, so it'll go black behind me, or swapping accounts for a second. Because yeah, I'll do the BTSU one with safeguard on challenging, giving me time to explain both the FI mechanics and then also the mechanics of using the BTSU glove to do a supercharge, even though you shouldn't, even though you're not maxed out. I looked back at the footage as well, that because I was discussing that a little bit recently, that I wasn't sure if that mechanic was maybe taken out of the game, but no, it was obvious that because the second I did it in that footage, all of the allies, reviver hives, all got reset to be there. Gonna load up this account and start that game, and capture of it should start in a second. At least this lighting position is still a little bit too blue on my face. I've messed around with the white balance, but it's also just in the lamp itself. It has a little bit too much blue tone. But I'll try to get that fixed tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, so we're gonna take this one into challenging countdown, and then I'll take the other one into heroic. Because that's really where they kind of belong, and also just, you know, that I don't get the comment underneath the video of why didn't you take it into heroic? I mean, I'm gonna get the comment already in from people that I know in back channels, not underneath the video of why didn't you take it into a raid, and that's also going to be. So yeah, this one I'm gonna take with this FAMAS, and I'll actually, for introducing it, I'll go stand by the chopper here. Because yeah, I'm gonna give the build a short introduction, because yeah, I talked about the other one, and also yeah, my face will go away in those kind of, because yeah, I'm just capturing Yeah, indeed it does. Yeah, thank you for catching that. And that should have fixed it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a real streamer now. Although, yeah. Yeah, I very much feel that that is a decent enough addition to have. And yeah, that should have fixed the... I'm just looking at the meters because I can see it there. And that sometimes happens when I... for some reason nowadays when Division starts up, it messes with some of the audio thingies. Just making sure that, yeah, that is, yeah. I'm just listening to myself as well. And you guys actually, the way I've set it up now, you guys shouldn't hear it if I'm doing it correctly. With my stream unmuted. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. But yeah, actually for the video, the recording parts, I will actually disable the face cam because I'm just capturing in OBS. I'm recording in OBS. So. My face will actually go away now. And then I'm going to give the introduction of this build and then matchmake for Countdown and then do the gameplay recording of it for the showcase. So yeah, I'm going to do this a little bit so it's obvious where I am. And I want to talk about the BTSU, the safeguard, and that it's FAMAS. Okay. And here's the first build we'll take into a challenging Countdown for this one. And this is that BTSU variant that I showed in the build picture, but it wasn't complete in its build picture, so I want to show it here. And the BTSU is going to provide us with its overcharge mechanics to ourselves, even with 0 skill tiers, or in this case, 1 skill tier and actually 2 from the second one from Technician. And we can actually use a trick, and I'll discuss it as I'll do it probably, I'll try to do it several times inside of Countdown, where we can still provide a supercharge to our allies by double using this overcharge mechanic, basically. And for the rest of it, so we have the safeguard, we're not taking vigilance in here, and so we're giving up quite a lot of damage. As I showed in the calculations, it's about half of a glass, and the glass is truly half empty with this one, because it does feel a lot less strong. With it, I'm going to not take a St. Elmo's, although this build would also benefit from that, but I'm going to take a fast hand FAMAS, and this is also just to have a Scorpio, because we can only have one weapon be an exotic, and in this case, I'll use the Scorpio to try to harass enemies and such, but I'll mostly be using the FAMAS because, yeah, giving up damage on my end, using the Scorpio is basically giving up damage unless I'm really close range. Using the FAMAS to be a general mid-range build, as a red would be, is going to keep my damage up, and that's, yeah, quite important. This build, of course, also will go in with a Hive to match with the BTSU, as it's very closely tied to the Hive, this mechanics, and I'll be using a healing Hive on this one. And then I have a Chem for just reaching out and touching people and giving them some lovely healing. And this build, especially as long as I'm at full armor, as that's how Safeguard works, is increase of skill repair by 100% while at full armor, and that's my armor, of course. And while I am at full armor, this build actually does heal decently well. The second I take chip damage, it falls off. So yeah, let's join each other in the loading screen for a challenging Countdown in a second. Okay, I feel that I was fine. I'm just going to check how long it was, because if it was like 2-3 minutes, then no. It's 2:18. Yeah, it's going to be a challenging Countdown anyway, so I'm not going to introduce the other build because it basically, that's what the showcase is of. So it'll be fine. This one together with a run of Countdown is likely going to be 15 minutes altogether. And And that's good enough for 1 segment. Oh, that's David. We used to be in a clan long ago.
Agents group.
What he's running here is very weird, and I'm curious to see if it's on his main.
You have joined.
The one thing I'm hoping for, especially, I don't know if I said it already, I likely did. I'm blanking on several stuff as just trying to.
Boy is a fly now, is online.
Ah, hey, we have someone we ran into yesterday as well. If he, so yesterday actually I rewatched the stream part of that he was in as well. So he was actually begging for exotics.
My good friend.
Come on over.
If you like an exotic, I will be thankful that you share it with me because it will serve the moment to raise my weapon down. Thank you, or am I not speaking?
Okay. Yeah, so that which is a special kind of MLM he's running. It's trying to I'll gonna start recording now, and here we are going into a challenging countdown, and hopefully it won't start off bugged, as a lot of people may have noticed. It's bugging out quite often, and luckily now, if you actually hang around for a minute, it will actually fix itself. At least that has been my experience for most of it. So if you've in the past had times where you've instantly left, try to hang around, and usually it'll fix itself.
Last thing we need is a radioactive green core.
And yeah, so here we're with the Safeguard BTSU variant, and I've taken this into challenging one just to keep it easier for myself. And also this one isn't as strong as the other one. So we're going to link up both teams right away, and luckily they are
15 minutes.
the way that most people run right away from this side. And linking up both teams is actually very strong. So here, of course, I'm going to get disrupted, but also I don't want to use especially my hive, I don't want to use it in a position where the hunters can easily hack it and make use of it. But for here, I'll just help along. I have not horrible damage. It's not as good as a striker or anything, of course, but it is good enough. For the second one, as we're all bunched up together and there's plenty of damage already, I'll use a Scorpio and just CC them. Directives wise, so the directives that are active, that are getting disabled as we go, don't include any of the status effect ones. Well, it does include actually a status effect one, but not the one that completely disables status effects. So this guy will get disoriented on 3 shots, and then I'll put 3 more shots on him, shock him, and then the damage debuff goes active as well. I'm going to get healed up from out of combat, and that's the biggest healer of this group, is going to be out of combat. I'm just going to help along when I can, basically, and that's why actually Redifies are as effective as they are. If that out of combat heal did not exist, then that would change everything. I'm going to take a white berth, so I can hide behind here if I need to, but both groups have linked up here, so it's going to be an easy clear. So reactor is VIP. That's likely going to get skipped, as it is one that takes longer. I'm not fully of the mind that it should be an auto skip, as much as people hate it, as it is also more loot, which is usually 50% of what people are into in here. But there is a truth to doing countdowns faster means doing more countdowns, and you didn't also just get the extraction points, where most of the loot is actually during that extraction when we get to kill the chopper. I'm going to focus on the objective there. The other objective is actually also shootable from here, although it's already gone. That's why I didn't see it. And what I'm going to do here is actually use the mechanic of the BTSU. And there's basically this trick is one that you need to know if you're going to use this BTSU variant. So I'm just tossing my hive out there. I'm going to deconstruct it. It's going to give me an overcharge, and only me because I'm not skill tier 6. But now I am skill tier 6. So when I toss this one out and then this deconstructed, that triggered a supercharge on all my allies. So now here I was just mostly doing it for explanation. So I basically wasted it. It didn't help really anyone, because while it could have reset some reviver hives, most of my team also doesn't have a reviver hive. But what I'll do here, as suddenly I actually do, we're going cooling tower actually, so I don't know why they are going that way. Exit here. I got turned around for a second there as I was thinking about what I'm saying, and yeah, so using that will make all those shields invulnerable, for instance. Will make the healing drones that they have quite stronger. The player with Pulse, if he pulses while he's overcharged, he will provide us all with 15% damage buff for the duration of that pulse. So those overcharges are, and specifically the supercharges, are really useful. And you can still basically do them here. So once that cooldown of me is complete, which is that on the buff part of most left one, I can do that again. So
Incinerator turret detected.
there's a heavy there that I kind of want to...
Incinerator turret detected.
And we're fighting outcasts, so we get free CC on them just by shooting them.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Yeah, well, not a super damaging build. It can kill for itself, and that's the important part as well.
High-risk target detected.
And, for instance, all of the allies that are at full armor, they are also benefiting strongly. So this safeguard one, well, while I am at full armor, especially a red build like that, my chem, together with safeguard, as long as it's up, will basically burst heal and red build back to full. So that is usually all you really need.
10 minutes to log down.
And then
Facility.
I will actually take that piece and share it maybe for the stats. It's not a usable piece, but might as well drop it for... there are several low-level players with us. And while I'm not paying that great attention to the game, because I'm also explaining, so I'll be a little bit of a headless chicken, but the team is doing fine, and part of that is, yeah, just having a little bit of damage bonus. Because what it also really does is, if there is one or two, let's say, good, competent players running very high damage builds like Striker, giving them that bonus is actually super strong. Just it's passively just on them, and if they're people that know also how to like keep themselves a little bit safe, corner peek a little bit, not put themselves out in the open, they'll keep that buff up, and that can be quite strong. Giving good strong players good strong support is very valuable. They'll make really good use of it and kill stuff even faster, put themselves into positions to take down the names real quick. So here as well, my hive as well does actually decent healing as long as as long as I'm at full armor. And of course it'll get me back to full armor, although slowly, pretty slowly. But here I'm already... I see that happening already. One of the things with the burst is that it has basically a hidden cooldown. As you saw, the first one I hit, burst healed that ally up to full right away. The second one very much did not, and there is basically a hidden cooldown underneath it that I don't know the exact timing of, but at some point it should be something that we can figure out. But you also get a feel for it. So I'm waiting here a little bit. He's actually healing himself. I see that from the animation, but I'll still put it on him. I'll heal him back up as well. I'm gonna move my hive over. waiting for the shock effect to... Because, yeah... and I'll move for that next objective because nobody's over there. I won't be able to reach it, I feel, before the next shock. I'll just eat the shock. The shock will likely come now. I will not make it. So here, I'm not at full armor, so my safeguard isn't active, so my healing is also a lot less. But what I can do is actually just run back into my hive. And what I'll actually do is just med pack. Or armor pack, I should say, because yeah, it's exchanging armor plates. We're not increasing our health. And once I am back at full, I can, yeah, one tap someone back to full. But you see the limitation as well there is that I don't have much skill haste or anything, so I can't, I'm running out of charges basically. I'll take shots of opportunity. We're pretty good on time. We don't have to rush anything. What I'll do is once that ally is back up, although it is weird that basically no one has a reviver hive on them, which is what really benefits from the BTSU overcharge, because it will reset all of their hives. But what I'll do here is, yeah, while I'm moving towards up here, I'm overcharged myself. I'm gonna toss my hive somewhere where it won't use up its charges before I can deconstruct it, which is one of the considerations. And there I reset everybody to back to full. That ally hit the button and then left, but I'll just hang out here and I'll poke out, heal him back to full, and get back in here. Someone has to be in this area for it to basically start filling up. So I'll do that part. But yeah, poking out for a second does not reset the timer or anything, so I can do that.
Power grid stable.
And that is the main objective done as well. I don't feel that I've gotten the chest of this area, so I'm actually gonna run over that way and look for... Okay, yeah, somebody already popped the black chest, and here as well we'll be getting the
When you're ready to come home, shoot off.
big chest. I will actually grab items along the way. Our extraction is to the south, so we won't be exiting this way, so I'll go grab everything over here real quick. And with each run as well, make sure that if you run countdowns, once you do the main objective, there's this big yellow chests, and they become available once the main objective is done and you're heading towards extraction. Make sure that you grab those, as they do also provide SHT calibrations, which is one of the more rare resources to get. Usually you mostly spend your watch points to get them. But nowadays, with Countdown, they are pretty farmable. The small chests as well, the small black chests also give one as well. The big one gives 3. I'm going to try and catch up with my allies, and I'm going to be a Scorpio stick and also be a little bit of, if I can, tap heal someone back to full. And mostly I'm also, so being safeguard, I will very much try to... I'm disrupted at this point, so I can't help heal there. I will very much also try to keep my own armor up, so not take any chip damage if I don't have to. I'm going to toss a grenade over there just to push him out, as most of my allies don't appear to see that they're flanked by quite a dangerous enemy. I'll close the distance, hoping that that drone is very scary on me or near me, as yeah, if you are not aware, the hunters have the ability to hijack, hack our skills and take them over and make them theirs. So that drone could very easily become a hostile drone and deal a ton of damage. The disrupt is about to end. When it does, I'm actually going to tap heal myself here a little bit and put one on him as well. And we got all of the hunters down. I'm going to put my hive over there, or attempt to, except it didn't want to for a second. I'll deconstruct all this. So now we're basically in farming mode. I'm going to make sure that I've picked up all the loot, especially of the hunters, so that I have all the dog tags. As, yeah, they're coming down from the chopper, and that shouldn't be an issue for my allies. And if somebody does take a major hit, I'll tap heal them as well. But once you reach this point where you're just, the whole team is surrounding the choppers, that shouldn't be an issue. And we're basically waiting for 5 seconds, the last 5 seconds to call in the XR chopper. And this point is mostly used for farming. These guys are all elites. Most waves will drop at least 1 extra targeted loot. They come in decently fast. And yeah, it's quite worthwhile to sit here and farm these, as most teams have figured out by now. And yeah, I'm just providing a decent group buff. So at this point, my group buff is basically fully active all the time, because nobody's going to take damage, neither am I, really. And everybody basically has a 25% total weapon damage bonus. And we're just waiting for these last waves to come down. And that's how this FI kind of plays. It has that mechanic with the, especially the BTSU, although you could also have a Vigilance backpack, give up that tap healing that this one has, and then still keep the BTSU and still have that overcharge mechanic. Although I only showed it here twice, you can do it basically every 2 minutes, and especially with Reviver Hives, it resets everybody's Reviver Hive. The last chopper is gonna come in a little bit too late, so I feel that I will actually likely extract here. So yeah, we got all of the hunters, I believe, because we joined up both teams, so we'll get 158 coins in a second here. Oh, 140. I missed one at one point. But yeah, damage-wise and stuff, this isn't that build, and also I wasn't playing it to that strength. So yeah, let's hop on over now to the other one, as we see the chopper leaving cutscene, where I will take it into a heroic countdown and try to show better what its damage capabilities are, as that one especially basically does not heal to an amount that matters. So yeah, I'll see you in that loading screen in a sec. Okay. So yeah, there we likely have our first part right away, which is nice.
Safe area.
I'm just briefly going to check its length. I don't feel that it was overly long, that run. I don't feel I played very well at all, but I was just, yeah, mostly explaining. And that's also the thing with Red FI, you don't really need to be that great. You just need to be there and provide others with a really good group buff. So that run was in total with me hanging around at the end 16 minutes. So that's together with the other one is 6 minutes. Gonna see what all the parts together at this point are. So that's going to be adding this entire thing into playlist. I dislike Windows 11, and it's putting stuff in a adding like stuff like play in add to VLC's playlist into, basically you have to extend that. Also, it's always funny with this guy nowadays here making way too much sounds. Like that's not me voice. It's so I'm just gonna put the character in here for a second and briefly check what the length already is. So it is altogether already 46 minutes, which yeah, is on target enough. This is a little bit long, especially with a heroic countdown likely taking 20. Actually, I'll take this time to Yeah, I'll take this time to actually first check out my loot, because I saw a closer going through my inventory there. So yeah, I'm hoping that... I forgot to... I want to share that to those low-level players, but... Okay, yeah, that closer was not of any use at all. That white that also isn't, because it has the wrong talent and the wrong third. Hey, yeah, I was hoping that... well, first off, I wasn't planning on doing it, because I'm a little bit conscious of you know, trying to make it work well in one go here, where quite often I will maybe do 8-9 runs of something before I pick one. But also, yeah, I didn't have any real time today, although that the time I spent today is going to free up tomorrow and Sunday for me to play around. Basically, did all the work of this weekend today, although that's due to someone being ill. So, but that also let me pull myself out of the schedule for tomorrow and Sunday, because I reached my hours. Gonna swap accounts now so that I'm have access to that other one, and that one I'll take into heroic, and likely we won't get it in one go, because that first one I'm okay with it being a little bit explanation-y, and that because of that I didn't play that well. But especially with the second one, well, first off, I wanted to not have the close range damage buff, so that it is a little bit representative of most runs. And secondly, it needs to not be a complete shit show, which heroic sometimes does run into that issue. But I'm hoping to get a decent run at some point with decent enough commentary over it, and then that leaves the conclusion, and then I'll go stitch it all together and upload it, and it'll likely be scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Briefly checking as well how many drop frames I have. Not many. The window is a little bit weird. Also just checking that my voice is going well, and yeah, no latency. Like the last time that I switched accounts. At least, still, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this Redify is going to make sure that this one won't get an introduction, basically. The showcase is about it, so it got explained well enough, so I'm going to start it in the loading screen of it.
Safe area detected.
It's going to make sure that... actually, what I can do on this account, to, especially on Heroic, that might be a little bit better. Because yeah, this on this account I do have a ton of available space in my stash, and that is that I'm going to stash a few loadouts and not loot from the ground, because, or well, just pick up all loot, not so. So the stash is full. No, okay, it is full to the point that, although I can fix this by doing this. Because the one annoying thing is if it didn't stash those mods, it would actually be better, I feel. Because those take up each a slot, but I could just keep them on the character. Those aren't in the way, basically. So now I have more than enough space for picking up all the loot. Just gonna check as well again. So what was the crit chance on this? Okay, so it's 52. So yeah, mid-range. This is how I need to play this build. And yeah, once the loading screen hits, actually, yeah, I'm gonna take my face away again as well, because that's not something I want in the YouTube end of things. And yeah, let's heroic countdown it up. And actually, yeah, this part I won't start yet. But yeah, once we hit the loading screen, I'll start the recording and start that narration. Also, grab some water.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Oh, that other person's group is myself. I'm gonna assume that it messed up there. I'm gonna give it a second and then rematch make to heroic countdown. I'm gonna assume people are heroic countdowning it on a Friday evening.
Invite to another agent's group received.
Okay, that's a little bit more.
You are in the group.
That's a little bit more what I expected. I will actually inspect my allies a little bit, just to get an idea. But yeah, this Redify is a that's concerning a little bit. It's a lot of blues. Also, we are being led by oof. If he's okay, I'll give it a shot. But okay, he was a striker. I'll just go. And here we are loading into a heroic countdown.
An agent has reconnected.
I've inspected my team a little bit. It is
Communication relay.
a little bit concerning. Some are on builds that shouldn't be on heroic countdown, but we'll try to make do. And here I'm, of course, on the one with Coyote, the Coyote Vigilance variant. So I've given up a lot of my personal healing, and I've gained a lot of personal damage. I've swapped off the Hive as well to be a Technician's Hive, an Artificer Hive, just to, because the Hive, the Healing Hive, the Restoring Hive, is not going to work well without Safeguard at all. And that means that I would much rather have a little bit, at least attempting to have a little bit more healing on the cam, at least, so I can maybe assist with that and top people off if they take a little bit. Although we're getting here as well, one thing that is a good combination together with the Redify is if someone is running Vanguard, which a group member here is, although likely they're giving up a lot of damage on their own end. But what that will do is the bonus armor will make it so that our vigilance doesn't drop as long as it's only the bonus armor getting hit. So you can take a hit or two from enemies, not hunters, but just normal enemies, and still keep your vigilance up. And also the bonus armor will, of course, overlay over the normal armor and be taken off first and make it so that people are at full armor, hopefully more times. But the question with that as well is, would you rather not just do more damage? And that's usually the thing. I'm gonna put a healing there, just people getting chip damaged if they get some chip damage. And yeah, so on this build, I'm running a St. Elmo's. I will try to mostly keep the St. Elmo's active, just so I keep filling it up with its special ammo. Because one of the things is with the St. Elmo is if you swap off of it before you have gotten your
Shade tech detected.
special ammo loaded into your magazine, it will basically reset the counter. So you will have to do another, you will have to start fresh. And the thing that it also does here is take away my ability to have a Scorpio. But that is okay because it's with this build I'm intending to do quite a lot of damage myself, and then it kind of makes sense.
Striker drone detected.
What I'll do here as well is actually just toss out my hive out there, and that will help other people's skills as well. I'll get him back to full. I was very much looking for where that sniper turret would land, because that's the only one that like really hurts quite a lot. And I'll just sit here. I can be mid-range and long-range and still do decent damage, together with the Coyote even as well. So yeah, I'll just sit in the objective, make sure that we get it.
Turret detected.
Because quite often too many people leave these, and then a wave spawns on top of them, and they because we have to hold both of them basically at the same time. It's is the requirement here. So this one is already held, but that one isn't, and now it is. I'll grab my hive again, and yeah, there is a lot of options there for the other skill. The hives, the restore hive with the BTSU makes a lot of sense. Without the BTSU, it doesn't make any sense really. So here I'm just trying to pump up the healing on the other one, and I'll use it a little bit to assist my allies' skills if they put anything out. And maybe as well towards a midpoint or something, I might grab something to CC with, because that's also an option. And I actually have enough inventory space, but out of habit I'm still looking at stuff on the ground. But I should be more conscious and just grab everything and loot up everything. As yeah, one of the courtesies that is often to your teammates is just to loot everything quickly and sort it later, because you'll be in the fight more often. For me, on my main account, inventory space is a premium, and stash space is also very much mostly gone. So there I don't have that option. Here on my alt account I do have that option. I should take care of that. Although also now I see that we have the close range buff. Actually, I wasn't even paying attention to it, and that's making this a lot easier than it should be. And that's also likely. Just to... I'll bring my face back up and stop that recording actually, because I should have noticed that a little bit earlier. Is that, yeah, the close range buff is there, and I don't want that in the video. That would be not something that I would endorse others doing, and they do, and I'm not going to do it myself. Somebody went to VIP because the Protect the Engineer voice line plate. See the chest here already, I'm going to go take it. But yeah, I'll finish up... What am I shooting at? Because of the voice line of VIP playing for a second, I was like, oh, this is a VIP, of course. Oh, it's that. That thing is there. So yeah, I'll finish off this run and then attempt one with the next run as well. Which might be good as well, because this team might struggle with the extraction, even with the close range buff. Also, I'm considering maybe just taking a different skill as well. I don't want to... I might actually just take Pulse. Just because I like Pulse. Put myself at this pillar. Oh.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Yeah. Elmo with its ability to shock and just CC an entire group is one of those very strong tools. Still set to Electric here. Don't remember on this account if I actually got a double red companion yet.
Able to access the waste area.
So we'll figure that out in a second. Because that will likely change my... And also we have a actual level 1 character with us. Which, you know. Starting your Division 2 journey off strong with a heroic count, huh? Curious to see actually which player is in there. It doesn't show the name when you have it like that. So I'm curious to see what the level is. There's 1600. You would think better of them at that point. Because yeah, that VIP also with just one player there is not going to survive, not on heroic. So it's a wasted time on his part. And this run is mostly being saved by that close range buff.
I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocols.
I'm also like thinking of where I want to do the conclusion.
We need to secure that tank and get it back into the sarcophagus.
I have a map that I've put potential positions on. Like I've been doing a concerted effort of just filling it up with basically just one of those Google drawing things, and then just have blue dots on it where I think would be interesting to do intros and outros. Have a look at that in a second. I also don't think there's anything really super fitting for Red FI. Because I'm also not super happy with putting it next to Schaefer, but also it's I don't want to overthink it too much. I know also that most, let's put it into the 90% of people will like not even notice that that those oh yeah, I mean the those ones are very much one that I've super avoided. I will likely use it at some point, likely to an intro with a rambling talk or something somewhere where I'm.
Great work.
Because yeah, that place is very much overused.
Low doses of radiation.
Being poked in the back.
5 minutes to lock down.
How much does this heal?
Detected at acceptable level.
That doesn't make a difference. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a pulse for the next run. Because yeah, they got hit by the artificer before it belted it. But yeah, 20% extra on very low amounts is still very low amounts.
The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point. When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
But there's actually several other places as well still that like really look good. Especially, for instance, Manning has a few really good looking spots. The classified with the aquarium is also one that I've been saving for like a more important video.
System disrupted.
Those hunters spawned pretty late.
We've got hunters incoming.
Keeping an eye on when disrupt ends. Oh, that bastard.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
System activated.
There, the inexperience of this team showed a little. An experienced team would focus down a hunter that is that low, just would become priority target for everyone to shoot at. So I've been chip damaged out of my bonus, which is hurting me a little bit, but I have shock rounds here. I'm actually gonna burst fire like that, just to shock. there's enough people doing damage around them to that CCing there made sense. Gonna grab all the loots. Nobody's taking damage. Sure. Trying to kind of see how much I did tap, it did not fire. It's gonna curious to see in a second if what region this is in. Because they've been better about okay, there's Europe. That was one of the best fixes that they did to Countdown, is that it now very much considers regions for matchmaking. You get a lot less international players in your team, which for latency is an upside. For player diversity is it's a downside, but yeah, they should have implemented it like that from the start. Just gonna refresh that just to make sure everything's alive still. I'm also very happy that I did find that fix for the camera to be on all the time. Although, well, it has a limit of like 2.5 hours before it runs out of battery. But I'll also get a power break for it eventually, which is surprisingly expensive just because it's a very old camera. Although for like the official one, I could go with a third-party one.
I'm stuck here.
14 seconds, 13, 12, 11, 10. Not gonna chase. It's gonna shoot my allies as well. Just, hey, buddy, let's go. Whoa, that's... Did it count? That was like on the edge of it. But yeah, that also means that our ally behind us didn't get
Saved the plant. That was
extracted, yeah. 208. That doesn't just say how many dog tags you've collected. Gonna readjust. So yeah, that was saved by the close range buff, but that also makes it that I don't want to use that. Just gonna delete that recording right away actually as well, so I don't accidentally render once with that and then have to re-render with the other file. Ask me how I know. Yeah. And yeah, so the stats on gear for heroic Countdown is just noticeably a little bit better. You'll get a few more maxed out rolls. You'll get a few more everything being a little bit higher. So basically the minimum is what goes up, going up difficulties, and same is true there. But it isn't that major. And yeah, in the end, usually what ends up happening, I'll take a military Mark 16 or Mark 17. That is that close. Let me actually check. This gun should have one. I do like the Mark 17s. They don't make the most sense on DPS, but what they do have is the fire rate in between high fire rate rifles and the low fire rate ones. Or well, the low fire rate 1, which is the classic M1. I likely already have a decent one. This one would basically look the exact same. Oh, but this weapon is likely from way before. Because yeah, nowadays I would never make this choice. Even if this bar was close to empty and I was choosing to keep it, I would definitely make it the talent. So this one is decent enough that I can optimize it to full and then have it be free talentable. And that is usually what I want it to be. So I will actually destroy that other one and I got at least a piece into the stash today. Gonna clean this one up. Just so it looks as if it's the first run that I'm doing. Because yeah, sometimes there are several runs in between two gameplay sections. Sometimes there's just bad play. Sometimes I just say something stupid that I don't wanna have people know. Sometimes profanity-laden chat. Sometimes. So I'm gonna take my face away once more because we're gonna go into a second heroic. That's what was on the map. Matchmake for heroic countdown. Yeah, once the loading screen starts up again, I'll go all the way into YouTube video mode. Hopefully we get
Joined a group.
decent enough players. So we have Eclipse, we have Eclipse, we have... I was about to just say Eclipse, but yeah, no. We have 2 Eclipses and a Heartbreaker on my team. We have a full FI, which yeah, I don't want to. Having 2 FIs in the team will not help benefit really. So I might actually just leave this team I will actually. So I'll leave that team. I'll give them like 20 seconds while they are likely matchmaking and going into a mission. I want to just quickly check if I have a Henry that... So yeah, I do have this one. I don't have a double red Henry. Yeah, or well... Actually, well, yeah, we'll be there because it's by brand. Yeah. So yeah, if I do get it, I'll keep it on Henry searching for one of those. As I said, this account does have a setup that is the one I'm looking for. So this is one of the pieces that I'm looking on the other account for with skill, haste, repair skill, so I can re-tier it to skill tier, which is how you want to have it for the raids especially. It isn't as important. I have a repair skill hazard protection one, which is the second best choice. I think on this account I do have a closer with a red core. No, actually, so yeah, this account also eventually will need me to farm up a red closer. But I won't set my targeted now to that because the way the loot gods work, I'll get it on this account and feel really bad and not get one on that account ever. So that group likely went into countdown by now, so when I matchmake for heroic now, I'll get other players. Because yeah, if there's a full FI already in there, one of us has to make the choice to swap off, and most of the player base is not going to be inspecting others and making those kinds of choices just from experience. So I would be the one to swap off, and I'm trying to do a thing to be striker. That is, he's 127. He's okay. We have a few good glass reds, or well, we have a good glass red there. But we had a we actually do have several good glass reds too. And yeah, hoping for the not close range buff. I'm gonna start the spiel. So here we're heading into a heroic countdown. A second, it'll tell us what faction we're fighting. You weren't aware of that. Just that first voice line of Kelso is saying which faction you're going to be fighting. That's what she did there.
They've been taking over infrastructure to
and yeah, I'm on the red FI with the St. Elmo, the Coyote, the Vigilance backpack. Actually, once we're loaded in here, I'm going to grab Pulse as well as my secondary skill, as the hive, the healing hive, really doesn't have a place on this one, and I was actually messing about with the artificer hive as an option, but mouse didn't like that either. So I'll take a skill that is just useful. I'll keep my my healing chem as, yeah, I can burst heal a little bit. It still does about half of a red build's worth of healing in one hit. And the pulse I really like just to show everyone where everything is. So he'll be healed by out of combat in a second. It's a more potent healer than I'll be on a red FI. But, so we've given up a lot of healing, but we've gained a lot of damage. And especially as long as our vigilance buff on ourself is up as well, we do deal decent damage. And especially on Heroic Countdown, it's very much about damage. It's if the team is too weak, then what happens is that you basically just get overwhelmed. You run into time issues. You run into just the team fading away almost. And especially with Extraction, if a team has a lot of damage, everything just dies quicker. One of the best defenses against dying is basically killing the other guy before he can kill you. The St. Elmo is almost on shock rounds. I'm going to reload here just to have the shock rounds, because I'm going to use it on him. And then I'm also going to use it on this next hunter. And the mechanic of shock rounds is actually pretty strong. So here what I'll do is actually tap him and wait for him to lose his shock and just do this, basically. So I'm not trying to do damage, although my ally is blocking me with his back a little bit. Going to just briefly check what order we want to do things in. So yeah, so Turbine is an obvious choice. Unlikely than Admin, because then we can double back and hit the reactor in the middle. And yeah, sometimes it's handy to use it like that. So there was 7 other people around him shooting him, and if I can just tap shock him, keep him down like that, that's going to be more useful than adding in a little bit more of my damage. Because also by me shocking him, he's not taking away the group buff that I'm providing others with. I'm just briefly going to check. I didn't want to jump down actually, but I did, so I'm down here now. Gonna pulse.
Vital signs critical.
Gonna check that nothing's behind me. Somebody's already killed it up there, so I'm just gonna start working on enemies. I made 3 friends over there, so I'm going to just... And yeah, this is very much a red build. It isn't the glass or anything, but yeah, it is a red build. It gets taken down decently fast. And me losing my own buff as well. So actually, yeah, I'll do a chem on myself. Slowly heal back up to full. And yeah, the chem is enough to, over time, just get me back to full. So now most of our allies were here. So it was basically 2 of us fighting a group over here. Once the rest of the team makes it over here, it's quickly over for him. I will grab it, well, in the fire. So the black chests of each zone with that you will enter. One of the 3 chests is openable and lootable, and it's going to be the one over there, as I've visited the other 2 positions. And I will go for them because, yeah, it's more loot, and it's also SHD calibration. We'll just grab the loot and go. And yes, as you see, several other people know that fact as well and are making a concerted effort to go after those chests. So yeah, they are fixed to 3 positions. Somebody's already going admin, and that is also the choice that I agree with, so we're going up there. There are maps actually online. Good one is on Reddit. If you just slightly search Countdown Boxes map or chest map, you will find it. And yeah, the positions are fixed. There's 3 of them in each of the areas that you enter, and 2 of them will appear open, and 1 of them will have loot. And it's randomized which one will at each by each run. So once you have those positions, you can just check them and make sure that you grab them. And then you also have the yellow chests at the end of the main objective. Each of the other zones will also have one still, but it will only be openable in the main objective after the main objective is complete. One of my allies has ran in all the way solo. He'll have a bad time there. And here, for instance, if I were the BTSU, I could reset his hive and give him an extra chance right away. Or if several people go down in quick succession, hunters, for instance, I've used up their hive. That's a good time to do that. But here, of course, I've given that opportunity up. I'm going to push in and actually burst heal him because I kind of also want to see how much that burst healing does. So yeah, he was halfway. I got him back up to full with a few ticks as well. And that is enough to sometimes give people the buff back. Or what I'm doing here, I'm going to just drop it on myself. I'll get back up to full eventually from it. Although saying that, let's see, do we get to full? We do get to full. Actually, no, we are just below full, and I see that by the fact that I don't have the buff available. It's not on my buff bar.
Guess I need a new vest.
So most of the players that are on my team are not on very heavy damage dealers. Nothing like several strikers or anything. And I can guess that just by how fast stuff is dying. So we need to actually hack the terminals. That is our objective here. I'm going to heal back up to full. Because yeah, I was pretty close to my health gate and I'd rather avoid that. They got that one. The other one is by the offices, so hoping someone goes over there and gets it. Especially the extra health and armor that enemies on Heroic have. Make it quite a lot.
Data transfer.
It is quite a lot more difficult. It is
High risk.
it is a challenge, and bad teams do falter quite often here. So I checked the other two chest positions. It wasn't them. I'll open it here and go back and help my allies. So as you see there, and especially also on the right side with all of the stats for my allies. A lot of the players there were lower in armor than full, and were not benefiting from my group buff.
Agent, you should be able.
And that's kind of the trade-off here. With good teams, they'll take less damage. They'll peek around corners a little bit more. They'll keep themselves topped off. The BTSU one can also heal a little bit on its allies. So it is very much, all of these builds are, all of the layouts are viable. The BTSU safeguard is viable and effective. The going vigilance and the BTSU is also an effective choice, and going full-on damage and with coyote and vigilance as this one does is also
I need
valid
to get it
choice.
back online.
And of course, if you're more into just the actual healing, for instance, the combat medic does that a lot better. Where this is more buffing and doing its own damage. The combat medic is doing its own damage and healing. And yeah, that is just different.
An agent has reconnected.
And that's why all of those are actually still very much valid choices. Especially in this eight-man content, just that group buff applying to 8 people is so strong that yeah, I would much rather be on a red FI than even the BTSU one, or even this one, and not heal as much, but provide that group buff to 7 other people. And same for raids. These builds are still quite popular in raids. For raids, I feel that especially the True Patriot for several of the bosses usually works better. I wanted to jump down, but the game decided to put me on the ladder. I'll pulse here. I'm also, so I'm again on lower armor, and that means that the buff isn't applying to me. I'm doing basically, I have vigilance, so I'm doing 20% actual damage less. Somebody did trigger it, but they didn't actually stay in the zone. The rest of the team went that way as well. So for instance, that player, I can up heal them up. But we have 2 disconnects as well, and we already had one, so we're down to 5 players, and that's going to make extraction quite difficult in a second. and I was talking and did not notice that. But yeah, that is very important that we do not lose more people even.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
I should have actually gone for the objective, which is that button.
Good work.
I'll pulse here, show everyone where everything is. Yeah, this is likely going to be a difficult extraction, but hopefully we will still get through it. It kind of depends on
Nice.
which of the players I'm left with.
Destroy whatever.
As there was several good-looking glass builds. So here I'm very much out of my effective range, but we still got there. Button's going to be there in a second, but also they spawned above it, although they don't seem to be aware of me, except for that guy. So I'll just come up behind them. I have shock rounds, so what I'll do is actually just tap around a little bit, just DC a little bit. I'm gonna run out and get the objective there, because yeah, we are otherwise gonna be in a time crunch, and I don't want that either. I can shoot it from here, I believe. And while there is many enemies around those guys, I'll just focus this thing down as best as I can, because the objective in a second then is going to move to here, and this is just to hold an area for a minute, so we'll be fine on time because the extraction will start after, and that starts a fresh timer as well. So I'll take shots of opportunity as much as I can. But yeah, being down to 5 players is going to be an issue in a second with the extraction. Oh, that boss has flame rounds. Those hurt. I'm just gonna get myself safe. I don't want to go down. I might from the fire, but barely saved it. I'll just wait for my allies to reach over to me. I'm doing the objective here. I'll pulse whenever it's available. I was hoping to have shock rounds in, but I didn't yet, so that costs me another one. Med pack, that is, or armor pack. I have access to shock rounds now. I'm gonna reload just to get those. Because yeah, being able to CC an enemy like that, that is very much a danger to the entire team, because yeah, those flame rounds could basically kill several people down. I'm gonna run around already and grab some loot, because yeah, it's only this last guy really, so hoping my allies can deal with that.
Plant secure. Now let's get
I'm gonna grab this loot and that loot from here, and then I'm gonna go upstairs. Hopefully my allies won't actually rush in. And upstairs is the yellow chest, as it is marked there. Because yeah, loot matters, and we shall leave no loot behind. One thing I want to check in the map in a second once I have this loot is where the extraction is. So we do have quite a walk to it, because it's in the eastern it's in the eastern spawn. We're down to 5 people as well, so we need to actually push into it quite fast. Normally at this point, if I was in this situation and I wasn't doing a build showcase, I would likely grab a PFE build to guarantee at least my own extraction. I can basically guarantee that with a good PFE build. But I will stick with this red FI, provide... So there's less people now to provide the group buff to, so that alters a little bit the effectiveness of this build. But it's still an effective build. And as I showed as well with the numbers, so that was with 4-player group as well. It's still an increase as long as I deal damage as well. I'm gonna get out of there. That grenade was likely on me, and it was. The hunters have all fallen back. That's going to be a little bit of an issue because they'll be bunched up all together. Disruptment off right at the right time, although not there. I hit my health gate. I'm going to heal back up. So one thing that is dangerous here is that I'm out of med packs, first of all, and second of all, I have... I'm going to push in and also shock that guy as while I still have the shock rounds. And we do want to be aggressive here. We don't want to hang out way too far back. But what we also really need to do is kill a few of the hunters, because these black tusks will keep getting replenished by chopper drops, but the hunters won't. See something behind me on the minimap, and me being off full armor, I don't have my own buff applying to me. I was actually trying to armor pack up there, but I can't. I'm going to I'm disrupted. I was trying to pull out my chem and tap it, but I couldn't there, of course. I don't have shock rounds, and I'm very far away from them as well, so it's going to be a while before I have them again. And that's a little bit dangerous.
Medical assistance
I'm
needed.
going to just wait this out. Pulse here.
System restored.
That burst healing helped a little bit. He's gonna go for a heal. My grenade's gonna be too late, so he's gonna get the heal.
Rogue hive detected.
Somebody's hive got hacked. I'm just checking back as well. So what I really need here is my shock rounds. So I'm just gonna pelt this guy close to my shock rounds. That other one will get me down because yeah, there was no cover there. Hopefully he can get me without much issue. Once I'm up, I'm gonna tap heal him and myself. Well, tap heal him and try to heal myself. Somebody else tap healed me. Gonna tap heal them again. So we are struggling here, and that's mostly down to it's just the 5 of us.
Disrupted.
The game is being nice to us as well and not spawning anything down from the choppers. I have shock rounds here, so I'm just gonna
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for
get those two shocked for a second, but it's not gonna be good enough.
Torres is on her way.
So he guaranteed our extraction there, at least if we make it, but we won't. We likely won't. Because yeah, I'm out of med packs as well, so I'm gonna heal up with this. But honestly, I don't think we can actually get anyone here. This is dangerous what I'm doing here, but I was hoping for exactly that they just flunk their animation there. Yeah, this is super messy, but we're also likely, what's going to happen here is I'm just going to hold up and heal back to full and just run for the extraction. If I can, I will put a heal on him, get them a little bit healed up, but yeah. What that other person did there, I'm going to do the same. Extracting with 4 hunter tags is going to be worth more than trying to get those other hunters down, and we weren't going to kill them. Not with what was remaining on that team. So we barely got any requisition going, making that heroic run not worthwhile, but yeah, it showed a little bit the limitations of this build, but also its strengths during the initial part. So yeah, let's head into a conclusion.
You kept the lights on. This entire region.
So, stop the recording there. Actually, yeah, let me bring myself back up. That one, I'm going to see what the length of it is, because also it was likely super long. And if it is actually way too long, I will attempt one more heroic countdown. Because yeah, I mean, I mean what I mean. That was 18 minutes. Yeah, I will attempt one more heroic countdown. If it's worse, it's worse. If it's better, it will become that one. If it's worse, I will just stick to that worse one. Because yeah, it is a little bit indicative of how heroic countdowns can go. But also that, yeah. Because I think what happened there was, yeah, there were several non-builds and like jumbled messes in there. And most of the people that disconnected were the people that had good builds. So yeah, this KSG, if it had come with pummel, I would have actually kept it. A pummel KSG is actually pretty good. So checking that I'm not deconstructing anything that is useful. I get a second one on this account, the one I really wanted, the one on the other accounts, although I've made the change already and it's okay at this point.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's gonna deconstruct that and match make for a fresh one. Just also going to double check that no latency suddenly came into the audio end. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, one more attempt at a heroic Countdown. And worst case, I stick with the other one. I was happy enough with the commentary there, but not so much with my gameplay or the group's gameplay.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Put me in a... yeah.
Another agent has joined your group.
So here we have a full red PFE. That's actually not a bad choice. Rather that than a full blue PFE. 3-piece Heartbreaker is...
Another agent is now in your group.
I'm gonna be a dick to that guy. Because yeah, at 1k he needs to know better.
An agent has left your group.
So striker there.
Another agent is now in your
Go
group.
again, show me it. And I'm keeping that blue guy because he likely had Vanguard. I didn't even check what this chest sound was, but... I'll be a dick to him as well.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Because yeah, that's also not like... I mean, it's a bad FI as well, so I wouldn't even swap off my own build to let him do it. Because yeah, he has Vanguard, so that will at least let me talk about Vanguard. That is helpful to Redify. Waiting for that 8th player.
An agent has left your group.
And somebody leaves the second that
Another agent
we're
has
full.
joined your group.
It's gonna wait him for the load in.
Another agent
I'm fine
is
with
now
that.
in your group.
So yeah, I'm gonna start the countdown. I'm okay with bad builds, it's just horrible builds are. Especially when someone is like running, is 1k and running 5 gear pieces. They're likely doing it for proficiency, and go do that on challenging. You get the same amount of proficiency. Oh, I should, yeah, swap to this and start my spiel. So yeah, here we're headed into a heroic countdown with the other variant, which is with Coyotes, St. Elmo's, and Seska Vigilance Backpack. So we've given up almost all of our healing abilities, the little that remained, and we've taken that, we've put that into our own personal damage. So we're doing a ton more damage, but we're healing, our healing abilities are basically very minimal. That's also why I've given up the hive, the healing hive,
Reactor unstable.
and
Lockdown protocols activated. 15.
we're going to go left here, and hopefully my allies are doing it as well. And that's going to link up both groups. On heroic, that's even more important than not. And I've taken a pulse just to have as I quite enjoy the pulse. It's a pretty good skill, I feel. Hopefully here somebody has a Scorpio. Running through this fire is dangerous, but we can actually... The team has decent damage, it seems. I'm gonna go grab that loot. They didn't hit their own directive. I'll go do that.
System restored.
As especially this one... it's best to get them all. This one is the ammo one, I feel, or the reload speed, I feel. So yeah, that was the reload speed, yeah. And I don't want to give a... we shouldn't give that up for the entire run. So yeah, I'm gonna grab the hunter tags. So yeah, I have a little bit more damage in this variant. I'm also, of course, providing that coyote now, because yeah, you can't have the BTSU and the coyote together, of course.
Activated.
So these are all choices that are all valid and effective. Going the safeguard with BTSU on the one end, going BTSU with vigilance in the middle as towards healing and damage, and then this one very much towards its damage. I'm going to try to heal him, but I missed.
System curtailed.
And this team is decently strong, so this shouldn't be an issue. And yeah, so I'm providing a decent buff to 7 other players. Admin is it's going to be admin turbine and then containment. As yeah, we will want to avoid VIP, especially on heroic. It can take too long of a time.
System disrupted.
As there is pretty definitive gap in challenge between challenging and heroic. You do need somewhat of a decent team to deal with heroic. And that's usually the way I go for it is that usually I don't go into heroic matchmate. I usually go, well, I still matchmake, but usually I go with trying to find at least 2 other players, so there's at least 3 competent people in the team, and then I'm fine with the rest being lower or bad players. Because yeah, with 3 people you can kind of carry it. You can't solo carry a challenging. You can guarantee the extraction by going PFE, but you still can't solo carry it all the way if the rest of the team is all poor players. So here, for instance, that player is halfway full. That I can, so he's a red build that is halfway full. That I can actually tap heal to full. I'm gonna go for the chest as well here, these black chests, and get my loot from them. As yeah, those are always important to get them to in every zone. So next up, we're going turbine. I'm gonna actually mark that just so I get the line for the northern one, the northern route. And especially that initial part that both teams linked up real quick, that the team that I was with at the northern insertion point didn't just blindly go to the right, but checked their maps and linked up with the team on the left, tells me that at least several of the players that made that decision are knowledgeable about Countdown. And I get to do one of my favorite things to do in Countdown always is just slide over there.
You're in. We need to look.
Which is one of my favorite animations of the game. There's also another player with pulse, actually 2 of them, and they're also pulsing decently well. So I could actually drop pulse and take a CC kind of skill. I do have technician, so I do have a skill tier. Likely 1 more than most other people that are around me. Yeah, I'm just providing the Coyote buff, the future initiative buff. There's at least 1 more Coyote in the team because we had 2 buffs there when I started that sentence. I'm gonna go help up here.
10 minutes to lock down. Evacuate the facility.
Because yeah, this is the eliminate area. Can I actually check down here if the chest's down here? No, that one's opened. Or that one is open, so it didn't have loot this time. I'm gonna go on the balcony here, which is another chest position. And this one is closed, so it's lootable. And just from a distance, you can see if it's closed or not. And then getting closer to it, it will highlight it as well. I'm gonna pulse here, go where all of the enemies are. I'm on by my lonesome on this side. Oh, there's 1 more player with me on this side. Although he's all the way up there. So I need to be aware of that. I can get overrun quite easily. But I'll just need to damage out. And yeah, with this build, it is important to actually deal damage as well. You're not just a buffing build, you need to deal significant amounts of damage as well to make it worthwhile. Trying to got disrupted actually, so I can't. I was gonna tap heal that ally up, and I will likely put a tap heal over there just now. And yeah, so that kind of healing can still be done. But it is more common that when people get hit that they basically go through all of their armor in one go. I'm going to pulse as well again and extend that time on the pulse.
High value target neutralized.
And the team is doing a decent enough job where they're killing fast enough or getting through stuff fast enough. Because yeah, we'll be going into main objective with several minutes left. I'll tap heal this guy as well. So they don't need to stay in it to heal up all the way. Just that initial burst heal, that ally repairs that it provides. I'm gonna go for the loot because yeah, there was several people over there, and
should be able to access the waste.
That name would not have survived anyway. By the time I would get my gun on him, he would have been dead. So yeah, we made good time on our first two miners. So we're going into the main objective now. And we have more than enough time to get it done. On heroic content, sometimes you can get in time crunches. And sometimes that's not even down to weaker players. I will actually, yeah, so that player has the right idea and I will actually follow him in that way. So he's not taking the shortest route into containment, but what he's doing is going the shortest route to the objective, which is just as important in this case. So by us going this route, we're going to be able to shoot that first objective a lot faster than if we went the northern route, which is actually a smart thing that he did and reminded me to do the same. I'll tap heal here, just if he took some chip damage coming in, then... because yeah, that was the objective, and if we had come from the north, where my allies are now pushing in from, that would have actually taken longer. Which is like a minor optimization that, yeah, we can... if we're going for min-maxing, or like, why not go all the way? Yeah, that was the chest again, so I did get all the black chests in all three zones. And then we have the big yellow chest that'll unlock at the end of this main objective, and that's only in the main objective. I'm gonna go over here and loot, and likely next wave will spawn in a second. Oh, actually, no one went for the objective. I'll put myself here and see if they... I'll stay in the neighborhood. If they step out, and I will see that by the bar no longer flashing, then I'll hop in and take over. But these I seem to have gotten lucky with just the random matchmaking of this team. Yeah, just doing the red build thing of see stuff, shoot stuff, trying to tap heal there, just to give them the buff again. I'm gonna go for the objective. We're not in a time crunch or anything, but let's get this done.
5 minutes to lock down.
Because I can decently up with killing something like that. Gonna go for these objectives as well. Finishing off this main objective. I'm wasting my shock rounds a little bit here, but it's fine.
Detected at acceptable level.
The boss is over there. Just tap towards him to just shock him. Just a few rounds over there. I was out of effective range, but just to shock him. Make it easier on my allies. I sadly only have 2 shock rounds left. I would have loved to gone into the Hunter's fight with full.
Now get the hell out of there.
And in a second I will check where the extraction is, because it's the western, right? Yeah. So we do have quite a walk till we get to that point. I'm gonna go for the chest as well, of course, before I actually head out. Yeah, that's the big chest that became available once we were done with the objective. And these are important because they give you SHD calibrations as well. They are one of the better farmable sources, or well, the only real farmable source for SHD calibrations. As yeah, they don't have many sources. So I'm gonna make my way towards extraction. And the way that this team dealt with the fights so far, we should be okay, as long as we don't get spread out or anything. As long as we, especially if we catch this first hunter before he gets to fall back. as there's a trigger point once when you get close enough when they spawn in. And they spawn out at set positions, but they very much spawn separated out. So if you play it well, what you should do is not let them bunch up. Because yeah, 4 separate hunters isn't that big of a fight. For instance there. But if we let them all bunch up together inside of that area, together with all of the other enemies, so yeah, we're going to be able to catch one more there, and then the other 2 will become a little bit more of a hassle. I'm going to once I have the ability to tap heal again, I will actually try to tap heal that ally. What I'm really looking for is if there are any drones coming in, as well as people seem unaware that you can shoot them sometimes. Not so much, I'm guessing not so much here. I had some shotguns there, so I focused on the hunter, trying to keep him shocked. As yet, the hunters are especially, of course, very much the big issue. Gonna toss a few grenades in there, that's just gonna push them out of covers.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
And I'm gonna just try to damage along with my allies. Medic is a priority target, very much so. So is that guy with their healing boxes. I'll have shock rounds here on the reload. And then... And especially when I have shock rounds, it's... so keeping an eye on that bar filling up, letting you know whenever you have shock rounds, is actually a handy thing to do with the Saint Elmo. And whenever you have shock rounds, I just spread out the damage a lot more. So instead of just focus firing on one enemy, I'll try to hit the entirety of the group. Because yeah, it'll shock them all, stagger them all, make them easier to kill for my allies. So yeah, I'll hit him, her, them, and it. Get them all down. And yeah, we that went about as smooth as a heroic can go, especially considering we didn't have the short range buff. We did have the headshot bonus, but that one isn't as strong. The close range buff can really make good clickbait, but I specifically avoided that for this build showcase, to have a run with that in here. So we're on 5 seconds. I'm gonna take the time here to do it just in case. There was another player as well. And yeah, it's best to wait for as long as possible before calling them in. Farming as many of these choppers as you can, because that gets you quite a lot of extra loot. And also, it's even more kills, of course, for proficiency and stuff like that. But yeah, this team did very well. And so here, there's several people that are actually not healed to full. And I should have actually tap healed them. I tried to there, but I missed. So we're likely not be able to. Yeah, we're not going to get one more chopper out of it. Most of these players know as well, so we're just going to extract here. And yeah, we got through there in a decent time, and we shall head into the conclusion where I'll give my final thoughts. Okay.
An agent has left.
Yeah, that was a clean run. That was easy. So that was a good choice on my part too. Although that may seem to make heroic countdowns look easier than they actually are, which may be a concern. But run-wise, I'm much more happy with that. To have that be the second piece of gameplay. So it will. And basically, I'm just going to now try to find somewhere to do the conclusion part. Also, I can go back here and have my face there for a second again. So yeah, we're gonna go find a place to do the conclusion. I'm gonna have a look at the map. Well, first I'm gonna go through the gear. And yeah, this one is a lot handier that I can actually loot on the ground. Or just loot into the inventory and not have to loot on the ground. I likely have one of those already, but I'll check just in case it's an upgrade. Although for stickies, for the skills that come with from New York, it's actually pretty easy to get them all with maxed out stats. It wasn't also even one of these. Or was it? Oh, it was duration. Okay. Yeah, so that gets trashed. One thing I usually also do as well, which I won't be able to here, as I ended that, but also that was going to be the case with ending on the countdown screen, is I try to have the menu basically open like this and then fade across to where I'm going to do the outro and then the conclusion. And that usually looks pretty good because then just this stays the same and then the background like changes. But there, because I had the ending screen of countdown as the thing that it ended on, it won't be the case. I'm gonna pop some caches and watch it be on St. Elmo's on this account where I don't need it, whereas I very much need one on the other account. Okay, at least didn't do that to me. Okay, so let's have a look, because yeah, I do have a few set positions that I already know that kind of work well. Because yeah, I could go that apartment route, I wanted to do that one for one. Could go that position that I was thinking of few for a different one actually. Oh, it's weird actually to see a question mark on my map. That's that's a rarity, because yeah, I go out of my way to actually go and spot all those. So whenever you get near one, so this one is a territory control here. That's the only real thing that actually spawns there. But if you've ever basically been near it at any point, that's basically then from then on, it's not going to be a question mark ever again. And with most of my characters, I go out of my way to go do those, or to basically unlock all of them. Actually, New York also has. Yeah, I'll just go there. That's there's an area that I was thinking of using once anyway, and it just needs to be daytime though for it. So hopefully it is.
Safe area entered.
Just gonna make sure that. She do have a bunch of dropped frames. That likely is in the loading screens. But I'll check the footage as well for choppiness if that happens. Because yeah, it is out in the open. So I'm gonna change my world difficulty to normal, because I'm not going to be showing the difficulty at all anyway, so no one will notice. And it is less likely that stuff will overrun me. Because I've used this one already as well here in this safe house. Don't remember which video it was, but okay, it is daytime. Actually, I'm going to check what time it is. It is getting towards the evening. It is overcast, so yeah, one of the areas I was looking at was here as well. It is a decent looking area, especially if the sun is actually fully out, which it isn't. So I might actually go for a secondary one, which I was looking at for during the turret drone one, I think. Because that one shouldn't care as much that it's overcast. Because yeah, that area that I was thinking of would very much need it to be full sun. It is over there, right? Yeah. Is that there is a building over there and you can have a good zoom and have the smoke and everything from there be the background of it. Of course, I was in shot range. Yeah, I'll just use this position. Just gonna blow all that up. Also, does this character need components? Nope. So, put myself here-ish. Go into photo mode. Just for the there, because yeah, I'll put the camera in the end there. So first off, what I'll do is basically then I want that bloom a little bit positioned that it's next to the inventory. It's aesthetically pleasing. There we a little bit more. There, that was too much. That was too much the other way. These two barrels here, I'm fine with it. They're obscured anyway, and they're red, so screw it. Okay, gonna hop over to this one, and I'm gonna do my conclusion bit. So I'm basically just gonna go over my thoughts of it and like recommend it. So yeah, and especially the St. Elmo's thing. Yeah, I think I know what I'll say, but usually the conclusion is one that I'll do a few times, just because I'll get halfway in and then remember something that I wanted to have earlier in it, and then redo it and get shot at as well. A troll walked up to here. This is the reason I put it on normal, so that I don't just get insta killed. Also, actually, so I can put it. Oh wait, nah. So if I go into inventory now, don't have much sunlight left, so I need to actually do it, get it did. So yeah, gonna start my, actually, let me get some water first before I cough up a lung. And gonna go into doing the conclusion. Yeah, starting the recording in 3, 2. And to conclude this video, I hoped I showed you somewhat what a red FI can do, how it can be useful, especially in countdown, in raids, in 8-man groups especially, but even still quite effective in 4-man groups, especially if piloted by a decent player. As, this build very much needs to be doing its own its own fair share of damage, of output, even though it can't, of course, deal as much as a full red, a full glass, or a obliterate striker. It needs to keep up its own damage to make the group total make a lot more sense. And especially since the incoming of the St. Elmo's engine with its extra crit chance, these kinds of builds, all of the builds that were a little bit lower in their crit chance, have become a lot more viable just by using the St. Elmo's. And now, especially as these Redifys are very much in a good place. And I showed you as well that you can go several different options as to how to lay them out, as even what I didn't show today is an opportunistic version with opportunistic backpack and going shotguns, as then you can go opportunistic with a Scorpio and use that to buff a little bit more. But what I find is that that build gives up too much of its personal damage for it to keep making sense. As very much with buffing builds, I feel quite strongly that you have to keep up your personal damage, because if the build that is buffing is just not effective itself, it's dragging down the group total. And quite often it will drag down the group total more than it adds. And at that point it becomes, why even then do that buffing? And yeah, so this showcase I felt good about parts of it, and then I totally blanked where I wanted to go. Because yeah, I actually need to look at my notes what I'm doing next. Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing next. Okay. Because I totally blanked on that. I've moved that several times over around. So yeah, I'm gonna attempt it again and also try to keep it shorter than I did there. So yeah, starting recording in 3, 2. And to conclude this video, I hope I somewhat showed how a Redify can be quite useful, especially in Countdown and by extension Raid, in 8-man content especially. Even in 4-man content, it is quite strong, and how there's many valid choices that you can go with. As even in this showcase, I did, for instance, not show that you can also go opportunistic together with the Scorpio as the main weapon. And that can also quite work well, because yeah, then you're applying an extra group buff to the group, which you're benefiting from as well from your second shots out. But I feel that it's actually quite important to keep as that build does give up even more of the personal damage, and not as much as the Safeguard variant, but then the Safeguard variant does healing better than the other variants. So there's many gradations, and you can kind of play around with it, see what you like, see what feels good for you. For instance, for me personally, I like the Safeguard variant, but then I also will then try to actually heal people back up. And I recommend especially the Coyote Seska Backpack with Vigilance variant, this all-out damage variant, as especially now with the St. Elmo's engine having come into the game and that extra crit chance, all of the builds that were lower in crit chance or had the ability to swap a crit chance over to crit damage have benefited quite a lot of the St. Elmo's, as it is at its core a really good, decently good weapon. It doesn't usurp any of the top damage dealers, but just because also of its shock mechanic, it competes just on that. It doesn't compete on damage, but just competes that it has a little bit more utility, gives up a little bit of damage, but it makes up for it with that mechanic, so it is worthwhile. And these are very much recommended to have and to have access to, and run them for countdowns and such when you can, just sometimes for variety, sometimes just as great buffers, as they can take, for instance, especially a heroic countdown from somewhat sketchy with a group that isn't super powerful to helping them out and just giving them a little bit more damage bonus and just taking them over the edge to being very powerful. And with set groups, if you're going out in with 8 people and you can kind of coordinate together, then very much so. If you have the option of going 8 strikers or going 7 strikers and a Redify, I would pick. I would always pick the second option of going 7 strikers and a Redify. And of the 3 buffing builds, ongoing directive, Red Patriot, and Redify, I would say that this one is generally the easiest to use and is generally the best. I would put it in the top spot. So well worth putting together. And yeah, that very much concludes this video. For my next upcoming video, I will actually do a rambling talk on the benefits of having 4 characters, as some nuances are lost there between having 4 characters and doing watch alts, as that is not exactly the same. So I want to discuss that a little bit. And also for these coming weeks and hopefully months, I'm doing a concerted effort of streaming close to every day, starting on 9 p.m. Central European Time. So if you enjoy some of this content, maybe come hang out there and hang out and maybe even give me a follow on Twitch, as yeah, I'm quite enjoying my time there, and I'm going to extend that. So yeah, hope you join me either on Twitch or in my coming videos, and have a good night. And that's the last part of it done. I'm just going to make sure that I've actually deleted the ones that aren't correct, and make sure that I save the one that is correct. I'll actually pull up my face as well up again. I feel I'm surprised that the camera battery hasn't died yet. Now it should die right away as I say that, of course. Thank you, fun time. Yeah, that's felt okay. The thing I have always with my videos is I could make them better by editing a bit more and just, you know, not live narrating and stuff, but also the difference between doing it as I am now, where I'm basically, this video went from the start of this stream to now, so 4 hours, which is even longer than some of my other ones. It's basically done in 4 hours, and that makes it viable for me time-wise, because if I were to basically do every line separately, narrate it like that, like the way you would do a normal video, edit it all together, it can quite easily, for an hour, 1 hour video, could easily be 20 hours of production. So that's also why, just from the start, I went, okay, I'll just do it what makes sense to me, even though I understand that I'm basically wasting other people's time a little bit by saving my own time. But I'm hoping that I make up for it with the content that I'm providing. Yeah, especially also not having to be too scripted is. But what I mostly have is, since I've been focusing on it a little bit more as well, of course, the us and the ums, like that one, really bother me. As after a while, you start catching yourself doing it. But I've gotten better about just holding the pause. Also, I'm not that opposed to the ums and ahs. A lot of people feel that it's showing lack of intelligence. I don't agree. Especially professionally, I'm used to just umming and ahhing because that just tells people that I'm thinking. Like, I heard you and I'm just thinking about what I'm going to answer. Yeah, thanks, man. So, yeah, and that also. Just putting all the files together, I'm actually going to check what the total runtime of it will be by just putting them all in a playlist and checking that. So its total runtime is 1 hour 7 minutes, and I'll stitch those together and I should likely a little bit shorter as I can cut a little bit off the ends. Most of the times I leave a little area at the end just so I can cut them a little cleaner. As sometimes I have cut off sentences where I didn't mean to. But actually what I also really want to do is actually play the game a little bit. Because all that work kind of fries your brain. Well, it's not work, but it's making a concerted effort of trying to be coherent is like I put my brain like in just full speed mode, which it doesn't like for too long. So I want to go shoot some people with fire. So I will go do that, and I'm just gonna matchmake for a few heroic missions and use that to fill in a little bit of time here and have fun a little bit. So I am interested in Heartland. So it depends on what the game is actually going to be. So I followed a little bit, but especially what the gameplay loop is going to be is quite important to me. And also just the game feel. Like one of the things that I really enjoy about Division is movement, shooting, all of that kind of stuff feels pretty good. It does a really good job of all of that kind of stuff. For instance, one of the things that because I do like third-person shooters quite a lot, is one of the... very much stuck on that corner. One of the things was Disrupt, right? For the League. So I will actually, seeing as we're doing a Hyena mission up to the boss, I'll do Disruption, because just with fire here, I'll be fine. Gonna direct impact there, kill them. But yeah, so what the game feel is going to be. But for instance, I very much gameplay-wise like, or somewhat build-wise as well, like Breakpoint, but I really dislike the movement system, for instance, there. And that kind of kills that game a little bit for me. Same with Wildlands. It's a lot of flowy movement that it doesn't feel as strict and just guided as here. There's a chest actually down here, which I know a lot of people don't know because they just run past it. So I will go grab that. But yeah, I'm very much all the Division content I'm quite interested in. So Heartland and even the mobile game, I'm curious to see. But likely when it comes out, I will mess around a little bit with it. Because also it's unclear if like builds are really a thing in there. Likely it is, but if it is or isn't. Because that's also, yeah, very much one of the things that I very much like playing with those kinds of mechanics in games, just build making. So there's a heavy back there as well. With 4-man heroic, there's basically always a heroic heavy there. I'm waiting for my allies to push in just to cover me. And it's up to them to kill that. I can actually crossbow it, but I want to leave something for them as well.
Looks like that key card is the one we were looking for. Wonder what that unlocks. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna guess that everybody will check out Heartland at the very least. But also, I'm very much... I usually... Even with Division 2, I didn't start until about 2 months later. I pre-ordered the game, I had the game, but I didn't start until 2 months. And I usually do that. I very much dislike being... And that's really down to as well how it is nowadays. Basically being beta testers for games when they come out. So I usually... Most games, actually, I usually buy them a year later. Even if I'm interested in them. So, for instance, I'm quite still interested in Cyberpunk, just setting wise, I will know I will enjoy that game very much so. Also with its basically build system and class system, but I haven't picked it up yet. I'm usually a year, at least nowadays, actually even more of a year behind on gaming, and that's a little bit by choice.
Vault's just up ahead.
I should disrupt more, because one of the things I'm personally after, even if it isn't the group objective. That's going to spread all to all. It's only reds, they'll die, so I'll just go loot. Nothing there will survive the fire.
Authentication successful. Access granted.
Yeah, so actually I set,
Hostile radio.
but I'm not going to correct that there. So I did say actually 9 p.m. Central European time, but actually it's Central European summertime, which is an hour difference. But
Holy shit.
yeah, I'm going to basically
Agent,
the time that's actually I started a little bit early today, but usually around the same time. Definitely, which are basically my evenings. So because sometimes during the day I'm my day job basically is. Here we'll have another heavy in a second. Yeah, this is nice. Only one person is going for the objective, which is the way to do this. So everybody else stacks up here. Once they come out, once I see one of those red lines is when I ignite. That's how I know someone's in it, and then I ignite. And the big thing that's going to survive here is that heavy, and you see him trundling there. That's that's the heavy work. I'm going to crossbow his chest, making him a little bit easier for my allies. Actually, that one survived as well. And likely when this heavy dies with the fire on them,
Medical assistance needed.
is going to spread as well. The next wave will spawn out. I'll heal up here. I'll also heal up my ally near me. That player staying up there isn't useful. It's they only spawn on that side of these two doors, and we can chokehold them here. Yeah, I have played quite a lot. I mean, I do keep up with a little bit of gaming, so the big ones in the sphere, so Destiny, Genshin Impact, Warframe, I quite regularly will spend a few hours at least whenever they have big updates or feel like playing something else. And yeah, actually, quite recently I got back into Genshin a little bit, which I very much enjoy the exploration in that game. It's very much not a build game, build-based game, but I feel they do exploration like short of Breath of the Wild. That's actually even more than Breath of the Wild. So, but I like that one.
Search query finished. Subject located.
That's the last guy.
Oh, the helicopter on standby.
Yeah, Tarkov seems to be the inspiration to well, that game and well, Heartland and several other games.
Isaac, do you have a way out of the vault?
But yeah, I think there is very much a spot for it, because I have tried Tarkov. It is.
Okay, let me see. If you can punch through the wall, there's a maintenance tunnel running alongside your position.
It is too complex for its own good, I feel. It will always be a niche game because of it.
Plot a path to the president's location.
And while complexity is good, sometimes needless complexity is just counterproductive.
Thanks, Isaac.
That's what I feel about Star Citizen a lot in its like second-to-second gameplay. There is some complexity there that is super unneeded. For a second there, I was scared that I had direct impacted my ally in the back. I will actually go and grab a medkit here, because yeah, there's a fire grenade and a medkit here. Because I've used a few, because I've been playing fast and loose. Well, I don't think that this Heartland will, because it's not really the same game. Actually, there's a chest back here that I should grab. At least I don't feel it is, from what I've seen so far of it. Where one of the things that Division really does well for retaining a lot of people is it has a really good solo. It is a really good solo MMO, basically. It's, you can just matchmake a little bit and very much play it completely solo, which I think people underestimate how many people play it that way. And also, I don't think Red Storm will have the same sensibilities as Massive does. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, gameplay-wise, yeah. I mean, it is just very much linked, so they'll copy some of the game language from the game, likely. But I would be surprised if it didn't have more more American sensibilities towards video games, kind of. Where Massive kind of is more European sensibilities. Do we have two heavies here? No, that's actually okay. I will crossbow this guy. I'm gonna swap to a from this pulse to a stinger hive because I of course wanna toss that into our boss area.
Intercepted.
I've looked at Diablo 4 quite a bit. It is on my radar, but also I kind of want to give them 6 months to iron everything out. But yeah, I did put Diablo 3 is also a game that have like at least 100 hours in, likely. And Diablo 2 is a game that I have likely 800 hours or so in. But I'm also kept myself a little bit out of the loop of it, intentionally as well.
Medical assistance needed.
So I'll catch up when it's a little bit more completely done. Although with that game, so from what I've heard so far, it doesn't seem as in such a bad state even now. But even then, the end game won't become clear until it'll take quite a while before it becomes clear if the end game is actually good or not. They have a good basis for it already, of course, with what they had in Diablo 3. Gonna just break that guy with a crossbow. Set most of the stuff there on fire, and I'm gonna put 2 on the boss as well. That was the left arm, so that's not gonna. I do want to mostly be the chest. I just popped there. Gonna set a fire his way. That's going to the boss being dead spawns the last wave. If there's enough things dead, so that's the last wave that spawned in there. And I could have pushed in and put my hive down around here as well. And one of the reasons that actually that took a little bit longer is that people were setting up way too far back. It's way better to push in a little bit and be in your optimal range. But they were playing it safe. I'm actually curious to see. Well, first off, I mean, yeah, they weren't going to compete there. 3 pieces hardware. That is interesting. Although actually, that's a really old build. Well, that one was a non-build and then a hot shot. Okay, so that kind of explains it as well. Like 3 pieces of hardware is actually really old build style. This is what we used to use way back in the day before Empress existed. We would use either 3-piece Murakami or 3-piece hardwired for the drone builds. But also he's jammer and drone, which choices.
You have
Is Starfield out or is it coming out briefly? Feel I would have. I don't keep up with game news that much, but once in a while I'll have a look on Eurogamer or something and see what came out recently. One thing I do quite often do is I have that Humble Bundle monthly thing. I didn't pick up any loot really. I'm gonna hop into another. Well, we're just hanging out here. Another not countdown mission, random mission heroic. Just getting a few more of those apparel keys, and just playing around a bit with it, or just playing the game a little bit after working in the game a little bit. Not that I really consider it work. This is not a mission. This is a CP. Gonna set some stuff on fire, hopefully. They at least put me up here. This is actually one of my favorite positions to be up here. I wanted to actually avoid that. That's actually why I didn't want to shoot too early. For Eclipse, it's best if I actually catch people at places where my allies can shoot at them. And there I caught them basically behind the wall. Or most of them behind the wall. And that means that, so here for instance, I'm going to just wait for them to come in. Because yeah, I can intercept them. Especially when they're moving in a straight line like that. But I didn't get a spread off of it. That medic is basically priority target. They're sticking way far back. She will likely just keep running in a straight line, and that makes her easy to catch. We're not at the boss wave yet. I'll artillery one over there. Okay, other side.
hostile detected.
So here what I will do actually is put a flame grenade there to try to guarantee that something gets CC'd. The flame grenade is a lot more consistent to use. It basically does area denial on a whole area. So what I can do here as well is actually, if I grab my instinct shotgun, although it's no longer needed, the fire has faded on them. But I could refire enemies while they're on fire to extend that a little bit. Okay, so yeah, it's September 6th, play, okay, so a little bit. Yeah, so for the summer, or for the Christmas break, so.
That's how you do it. We should keep moving.
And thanks for joining Funtime Fink, and yeah, hope to see you again sometime. Yeah, Starfield does look interesting. I mean, I've enjoyed most of the Bethesda games, so. But that will definitely be a game that I'll likely not buy when it's just out, but likely a year after or something. Letting them, letting the, I was going to say letting them fix it, but actually letting the community patches come out and stuff. Because yeah, that usually is very much an issue with Bethesda games. Although the games that they make are also, it's unique in their scope So it's understandable from that perspective. I'm going to check actually which. Okay, they were matchmaking for Grand Washington Hotel and got sidetracked. We all did, all 4 players. So
Friendly control point.
I will actually, I'll give up a little bit of my effectiveness to do a little bit of the league. I'll actually track that and see. Track all activities. On this account, I'm not as I'm not going for 120. My other account, that was the back of someone's head. On my other account, I already have the 60 of this week, so I'll get the 60 of next week as well.
That should get their attention.
And that's completely unnecessary. That's just me being
Once you're inside, find a way to
a completionist. Yeah, actually, one of the games I've been recently playing a little bit because it's one of the community mods for it's got a big update, which is a Morrowind, which is one of the games that I keep coming back to. It's one of those ones that every few years I'll poke my head in it, and especially with there's a big community of mods around it, which keeps getting updated, be up to date. So that one was one of my formative gaming experiences. So actually, where that player was, is you saw me pick up a key. I'll just just say it as well.
Saints here.
The who now?
If that surprised anyone, just not blow past it. But yeah, so you interact with the body there, you get a key, and that's for 2 chests later on. I'm going to wait for my allies to catch up, but they got engaged already. I only put one thing on fire, and they're not killing it, so I'm gonna, set a second thing on fire. Gonna use my disrupt here, and then go to my crossbow, put it on the heavy. And I'm very much going for the chests on them, because if I break the arm, quite often allies will still not. Good players will see right away that, okay, the arm is open, I can just shift fire to the right and get it done, but less advanced players, yeah.
He went all the way to the top floor. Take the stairs to
Gonna grab these shock rounds down here. Briefly check everything's working still. I'm surprised actually that the light as I have it now, just except for its little blue tint that it has, that it actually works as well as it does. Because it is a phone with its flashlight turned on, video or gaffer taped to the back of my monitor, just so that it has some height this time. Trying to, wiggle till I get the chest. So one of my allies is trying to snipe with one of the... He's either using a UIC or he's using a sniper rifle. With a suppressor. Yeah, usually suppressors are giveaways that it's not a well set up build. And yeah, that's very blue. Daba Diba. Or what were his skills? Okay. And yeah, this is that hot shutter. Oh, it's a threat edict. Okay. Those, yeah, do make the same sound. I will get this guy up. That got staggered out of it by the explosion end of it. And I do really want to actually get the disrupts going. Also, we'll likely not see it here. I mean, I'll likely not see it here, but need to actually check if also the spread of the disrupt is triggering the count to go up, because yeah, that's not always consistent. For some challenges, it does count when it spreads, and for some, it doesn't. Spreads by the eclipse mechanics. Gonna assume it does now. Most of the newer stuff they've added does follow that rule.
I just found an ammo stockpile. I'm gonna detonate it.
Here, the dude on the minigun is the easy target, and you can bounce it off the wall like I did there instead of trying to aim it directly for him. I want to wait a little bit for this fire to just go out and then spread a fresh one.
That's what you get, you dumb sons of bitches.
You doing all right there?
I could have refired there as well with my shotgun, but
That blasted a lot of damage.
that's more work than needed to happen there. I think I also briefly want to check is actually I have a ton of Discord messages and okay, most of them are no direct messages, just mostly in Reddit or in channels, in different channels. Gonna wait for my allies, not rush in solo. Gonna go for them. That shield was also an option, but he was I couldn't directly see if it was purple or elite. There were a few bars overlapping there. Because yeah, elites, I would much rather set something red on fire than elite. Something is shooting me from down there. When that red dies, likely a wave will spawn here and jump down. And then the back wave there, and I'm taking a risky shot that will likely fail, but it didn't there, so that worked out. I'm trying to keep my armor breaks to a minimum as well. Yeah, there's that chest downstairs as well. I went and got. Yeah, the eclipse is will also get a. Actually, is it my? Because actually, I can cross something off my list that doesn't happen that often. So I'll take the joy of it now and cross it off.
I'm on the roof, holding for backup.
So that's the Redify showcase. Crossed off the things I want to do.
Not for long.
Yeah, next one up is going to be on the effectiveness or the reasons to have multiple characters. And that's mostly going to center around. Nowadays, a lot of people just go, oh, it's not worth it until you're 1k, but the watch alts aren't worth it till you're 1k. Repeated. And this is actually the door that opens with the key. And this ally knows this as well. And yeah, it's 2 more chests. It's, why not get them? And it's a rarity that also people were paying attention and saw that like allies were back there. We have a gather, we don't have a gather, but up here is somewhere where I'm not going to rush in solo anyway, so I'll wait for my allies. I'll pop this because I have plenty of keys. But here I'll wait for us to be bunched up. Because yeah, this fight can be made a lot harder if one person rushes in and scatters everything. Because what I really, somebody actually really engaged from really far away. But I still got a rusher, gonna force the kill. There we go. Got it to spread some shock as well. I'm gonna refire, although actually I didn't, and I missed as well on the shot, but that should do. I'm gonna send a disrupt out because yeah, the next wave is spawning. And the disrupt here isn't that useful. If I wanted to be really effective, I would use a hive and especially put it in this left corner, putting a ton of extra damage and everything. And there the there the camera went. Actually, I'll fix that after this run, or after like when we get in the elevator here. So I hit his right arm. I'm focusing on that heavy way too much. I should actually be spreading on enemies over there very much. Yeah, I'm not gonna kill this heavy on my own. I can. What my solution is going to be basically in a second is that I'm going to help them kill everything else, and then hopefully they'll kill the heavy as well. That's not on target, but good enough. Gonna wait for my disrupt. That heavy is just mostly focused on me. But what I'll also do is actually put his helmet's off. Okay. That's a rarity. For the boss to die to to the helmet going off. But of course also, yeah, there's one person playing with the Dread Edict. So he likely did that. This heavy is basically someone else's issue. It's gonna do that. And,
Signs critical.
oh, he came back. I didn't notice he was coming back. But this fight is basically done. It's literally just that heavy. And he already is missing an arm, but nobody's aiming for that end. The sniper actually was the one that killed him, most likely there. I would hope at some point someone comes and gets me. Which they finally do. So there as well, if I had a hive, for instance, that would help a little bit. Why is Kelso not... Yeah. So Kelso needs to, yeah, interact with that door, basically. But she seems adamant about running away and back. Not a behavior I've seen before, actually. So that's interesting.
An agent needs assistance.
He's going for the wipe way too fast. I wouldn't choose to wipe here yet. Give it a second to... Because yeah, one of our options is to wipe, but that's going to put us at the boss fight again. So let's see if... Like, if he drags her to there, doesn't she just do it? What? Why is he... I'll let them be. Yeah, we could reset and do the boss fights over again. Yeah, she did come over, but she also needs to actually trigger it. I'm going to just briefly take a second there. There we go. That should also turn off or turn on by itself as well. Just to... Okay. It might be something they've introduced then. I don't think I've done normal Grand Washington Hotel in recently. Because yeah, sometimes they do introduce bugs into missions. Because a famous one was a week that the stranded tanker was also part of the leagues. So everybody would want to go do them. It was completely unfinishable because the crane that spawns and you have to destroy would basically just not spawn. It would trigger that point and you couldn't just... it would trigger basically that you had to kill it and then it wouldn't spawn, so you couldn't kill it, so you were stuck at that point. and was part of a league as well. So yeah, everybody was in a quite the uproar about it.
Nice to see you, Agent.
That's damage, sadly, or actually, that's not even a good weapon, or that's not. I thought it was the MG5. If I get MG5 with a crit chance, I might consider it. None of these are keepers. I'm actually gonna briefly check how far in I am with the C or with the apparel on this account, because I'm most of the way done on my other one. Because this one's eight keys in, and this one has the season pass as well, so 4 of those are actually, so it only has 4 so far farmed, at least. Oh, I hadn't actually noticed that, because I am very much in. I don't know why it's flashing like that. I'm just gonna retry. There we go. I didn't notice that using a Getica was actually on a good zone, because I would have farmed that a little bit more. I'm gonna jump into one last one, likely. And I will actually check before we head in where we're heading.
To another agent's group. Received.
Jefferson Plaza. One of the classic Eclipse missions where an Eclipse will very much make it a lot easier.
There's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro.
I was actually for a second considering jumping back to... I will actually. So disorienting enemies is also one of those challenges. This is a pretty easy mission, and also one good one where a ton of things spawn from just one side, so I can get a ton of the disrupts or disorients. But to do that, I need to be gunner, and to be gunner, I need to go here and do this. Also notice that there is a specialization, one of the specialization selection points in Castle now, where it actually doesn't have a cutscene, so you can. But it's quite a run from where you spawn in. But you just instantly bench bells is what I'm choosing to go. Is it invaded? No, right? Oh yeah, it is invaded. Doing a long-range artillery one.
Keep your eyes peeled.
And I check what my allies are. A striker with a few blues. Another Eclipse and a jumbled mass. The only annoyance that... we have 2 reds. We have 2 good... Well, we have 1 red. Well, and then 1 jumbled mass. Oh, yeah. It's invaded, of course. There's a chest back here, so I will actually go back here. So that Eclipse doesn't have fire, so I don't want to... If they were a fire Eclipse, I would actually help them out a little bit. Because they're just disrupt and blind, and that's not 2 skills that really work that well. At the very least, if you don't go fire, you should go foam. But also, unheroic going foam is also not really a thing that's worth it.
System disrupted.
Don't want to get in front of their shots.
Activated.
There's always bleed rounds here, both in normal and invaded, and I'll take them just a little bit of extra.
Through.
They're trying to get around to the food court!
There's enemies in this corridor, which I don't think he knew. And there's also one behind you always here. Oh, in 4-man, there's always one behind. Which I would expect several higher level players to not have rushed headfirst into it. But also depends that I sometimes also don't do the invasion that often anymore, so. And here's the nice thing with the Banshee Pulse as well, is just I can do it through walls, completely safe. I want to get a spread going if I can. And also start on these people upstairs there. That pulse I'll be in the range of. Gonna put out a fresh one. Just gonna set a fire there. I was very cautious there, just waiting for the animation just to run its course. Because sometimes your arm basically moves a second after you get into cover. And that's usually the cause of getting a ton of... getting a fire that just lands at your feet. I'm gonna set the next wave on fire there as well. The disrupt is helping actually a little bit. I'm gonna set up for the next wave, which is going to spawn there. Disorient out as well, and that's stage 9. And there is one chest in the back there, where enemies spawn. Somebody's opened it already. No, actually they haven't. Gonna charge up to catch that wave, and hopefully they disorient as well. Or the other Eclipse disrupts as well, which they did. If I had the crossbow, I would actually use that on those dogs to break their armor. But I don't here. I want to get up here, because yeah, nothing spawns up here. At closest they spawn
System
this door down here. I'm disrupted, I can't get the fire out.
System.
The downside only though is that, yeah, normally I wouldn't have a Banshee Pulse with me as well. But the Banshee Pulse here, it'll go over people's head if I were to use it here. Just trying to see where there are targets. Somebody popped the shock rounds over there as well. Which, after this fight, I'll go grab. Get a fire going, and in sync one, which is a little bit stronger, gonna give a little bit more damage. Just gonna use that on them. I'll grab the shotguns in my Scorpio, so those will get used up just in the next 2 fights. Could put them in my secondary, and then I could save that for the boss, which is also an option. But also blinder here, I'm gonna assume they'll use that on the boss. It's not the button, it's the door.
Contaminated area.
It's gonna bunch up with my allies.
Liquid DC-62 detected.
Oh no. The DC-62
Nowadays, this poison effect is no longer that potent, but
This stuff is fresh.
actually around the release of the game, you would it would be guaranteed death, basically. If you were at any point poisoned, you were going down, unless you had actually a health build.
Active terminal detected.
Which also, but then back then was common actually, because yeah, Berserk was
Try to figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
Berserk was a thing, which very much deserved the fate that it got. Even though some people are still very nostalgia, have quite the nostalgia to those times. Oh, we've already had that wave. Should use my confuse more. That's one of the goals that I have personally. So here they spawn on this left side right away. So I'm gonna send one there,
Data received. Huh.
and I'll do that to these guys.
We were right about their intentions.
The only danger here, especially with invaded, is after that wave dies, another wave spawns here. Although this guy, it's just one guy, so that's not too bad. Surprised one of my allies was basically just shooting what in the normal mode is the objective, which is those barrels. He was just trying to shoot those, but yeah. They are not an objective invaded.
Request priority transport from the plaza. Should have all the barrels ready soon.
Gonna get another disorient out. But actually, there was a disorient up, likely from my Scorpio. From me hitting 3 on someone and getting spread out. But yeah, I'm on track to get stage 10 of it at the end of this mission. Oh, but he's here, so I'll just push in. There's a chest in that elevator, or a key chest actually in the elevator there. So once I have my fire going, I'll double back and get it. Hoping that, well, actually, Fog of War is on, so they won't see it on the minimap. Once that guy is dead, the next wave there spawns, so I'm just waiting for somebody to kill him and setting up to do that to those guys. I'll send my Banshee to the other end. And also for this boss fight, I will actually just reload this build and get my hive back. I much rather would have a hive than... Okay, that disrupt took him down as well. Oh, I didn't actually know that. So he's using a cabaret, most likely. And it's showing the Thunderstrike that he has that active. Which actually would be a good thing if they just showed some of the active talents on people. Because yeah, I'm just gonna quickly... Oh yeah, it's Thunderstrike on a Vector.
Secure the area, Agent.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't actually noticed that before. I don't think I've seen then likely anybody running. Gonna swap to my hive, as I said before. Running Thunderstrike. Because yeah, situationally it seems like a decent choice. But it seems also, yeah, very much situationally. They always jump down there. That's their preferred place to jump down, so I'm just gonna do that to them. I'm gonna put my hive here. Oh, actually, I wanted to put my hive on the right side. So later on, we'll have a way from that right side, and with Fog of War, it's easy to miss that wave spawns, like there. But if the hive is there, then that'll just... It's going off will alert me that they spawned.
System activated.
Gonna set that up in ambush for the next wave. As soon as this gal dies. And it's just clean up at this point. We still have to just go pick up that objective over here, which is the mission complete.
Two Sons were onto something with those DC-62 warheads, but they lacked ambition. Imagine what we could do if we reverse engineered.
Yeah, that hanging chest back there is one of the
No one could stand in our way.
things to always get here as well, because yeah, it is in a mission boundary. It does scale with mission difficulty, so this is heroic loot as well, so it's worth getting. So yeah, gonna actually I'll give them the GGC around to be nice and drop group.
You have
Yeah, I'm just gonna clean up this character, and that's going to be it for me. Gonna set all of those recorded parts together and render them, and then start to upload. I did get a... Here, let me check if I have a visually better contract, as I likely do. Yeah, I have two already. One too many, actually. Likely actually one is tied to a build, because I stashed all the builds of this character. And then I will also get a thumbnail going for it. It's gonna jump back over here, actually. And likely that will be, I'll schedule it for tomorrow, my 12 p.m. which...
Here to check something out? Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
I'm gonna grab all the loadouts of this character as well, because I see myself already jumping in way too quickly. I'm forgetting to do that and having issues by it. Gonna load the red builds just so second skill works again. And that should be all items 138, yep. I should check what the numbers at the end were, but yeah, that striker did the carrying. And yeah, that's going to be it for me. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you to those that also watched the VODs and have made it this far. And I'll be actually likely tomorrow afternoon. I'll hop on and do a few hours. And again as well in the evening. So hope to see you all then. Have a good night.